Hello everyone, so this is Vaibhavi Dhruv and I welcome you to our Android app development with Kotlin course. I am thrilled to see you here, eager to embark on this exciting journey into the world of mobile app development. Whether you are a seasoned programmer or completely new to coding, you are in the right place. So basically, this is how our course is structured and how we will be moving forward in this module. First, we will be going through the installation part, like how Android Studio can be installed on your operating system, whether it's Windows, Mac, Ubuntu, etc. Right? And then the next will be Kotlin basics. We will be learning about the Kotlin language, about its basic arrays, variables, characters, its module operators, conditional statements and loops, object-oriented programming in Kotlin, and we'll be experimenting with so many concepts to understand about the basics of Kotlin. Then, after getting thorough with the Kotlin basics, we'll be moving forward with Android basics. In this, we'll be taking Android Studio tour and running our first Android application to understand the Android Studio structure as well as getting familiar with Android app development. Later on, we'll be moving to user interface in Android Studio, which is a very important segment, like not just building up your application, but also ensuring the user interface that it creates is an integral part of app development. So you must be very familiar with user interface that we will be covering in this module. After that, we will be moving on towards activities and fragments, in which we will be diving deeper into the various parts of application, like how it will be going, how user interacts with our screens, and so on. Later on, we'll be going through data persistency in Android, like understanding how data is processed in Android and understanding it more with building a course app in Android, in which we will be starting from scratch, building its UI, its database handler class, adding and retrieving a core, performing CRUD operations basically, and so on. Then on, we will be moving to our API segment, API and networking integration in Android, in which we'll be taking help of Volley library, integrating it into our Android Studio, and we'll be going through all those concepts. Later on, we'll be looking forward with the Firebase integration. Firebase is a kind of database that allows you to store your data remotely in a cloud, right? So to understand the Firebase, we will be building a WhatsApp clone chat app with Firebase integration. And then after, we will be creating applications like building developer portfolio app, in which we will be covering all the topics that we have learned before. And then on, we will be having a segment of advanced topics, in which we'll be getting more familiar to the advanced topics like drawing circles, images, canvas, and all in Android. So, as we start this journey together, remember the only limit to what you can achieve is your own imagination. Your dream app starts here. Now get ready to code, create, and innovate. Thank you all. Hello everyone, and welcome to our Android app development course with Kotlin. Imagine you are sitting in your favorite cafe, sipping your coffee, and you suddenly have this brilliant app idea that could change lives or make daily tasks easier. That's the magic of app development, and that's why we are here today. We are here to transform our ideas into reality. Now, you might be wondering, why Android, right? Well, Android is like the universe of mobile technology. It powers billions of devices, from smartphones to smartwatches and everything in between. And with Kotlin as our superpower, we have the tools to build incredible apps that can run on this vast ecosystem. Over the next several weeks, you are going to dive into Android development, learn how to write elegant code in Kotlin and create apps that can solve real-world problems. Expect a dynamic learning experience. We'll have interacting coding sessions and real-world projects to keep you engaged and motivated. So, this is our module overview. This module serves as an orientation to Android app development with Kotlin. Learners of this module will gain an understanding of the Android ecosystem, tools, and the best practices. They will learn how to set up their development environment and create their first simple Android application, and then moving forward, we'll also go through all the advanced topics. We will also have some brainstorming activities like quizzes, MCQs, and puzzles in between each sessions to keep you interactive and engaged. So, the core concept will be to learn about Android ecosystem in this module and getting an introduction to Android app development. Then after, we'll also learn the Kotlin language from the basic till we get very familiar hands-on experience with Kotlin and covering all concepts of Kotlin language. And what's in it for you is the big surprise of building many apps, not just one. Right? Like What's My Name, Animals Bio, Course app, WhatsApp clone, motivational app, and many more apps to make you thorough through all the basic concepts as well as the advanced concepts of Android app development with Kotlin. Now I encourage you to stay curious and challenge yourself during learning this module. Thank you for joining us today, and let's embark on this incredible adventure into the world of Android app development with Kotlin. Buckle up, it's going to be fantastic, right? Thank you. Hello everyone, so hope you all are doing great. So as we had a look in the previous module, we understood about how we will be proceeding in this course further and what will be the course overview, right, for Android app development with Kotlin. Now, so today what we will be doing here is we will be actually entering the door of Android app development with Kotlin world, okay? So the foundational topic is obviously installation and setup that we need to learn basically, because if your installation is not proper, then you won't be able to follow up further in this course. So we will make sure today that we install the Intellij and Android Studio IDEs properly on your OS. So basically, I am having Windows OS. So I'll be showing you or prompting you with the installation process for Intellij and Android Studio on Windows OS. But don't worry, if you are having Mac or Ubuntu OS, you can refer to the document that is attached with the module for installation and setup over Mac and Ubuntu OS, right? That document will be looking something like this that I have attached with this module, so that you can refer to the steps and follow them for the installation perfectly, okay? And I have highlighted the important points here as well. For Ubuntu or Linux OS, I highlighted the commands that you need to write in your prompt for proper installation. So make sure that you follow these commands and you refer to this file if you are having any other OS except Windows OS, right? I'll be showing here you with the Windows OS setup. After that, we will be referring to the Kotlin code resources, which is a necessary part to understand how you can install them into your Intellij IDEA software, right? And also, we will be referring to the official Kotlin source code from GitHub. Then, we will be following up with the latest Kotlin version updates. The latest Kotlin version is 1.9.10 that is released on August 23, 2023. Which is latest as of recording of this video. Now let's directly move on to the installation part without wasting any further time. So for installation of Android Studio, here, first of all, you can open your favorite browser which you are using. In your browser, just type Android Studio download, right? Like this. And then you will be prompted with the many websites for its download. You are going to click on the first website, that is the official website for Android Studio download, right? That is by developer Android. You can just see this URL and verify it in your browser as well. Then you are going to click on this latest version that you will be prompted here. Here, as of now, it's Giraffe, right? So I'll be clicking on this very first button. Then you will be prompted with this agreement TNC, right? You need to just click a checkbox here at the bottom, and then you'll have to download it, right? I'll click on Windows download button, and you can see here it is getting downloaded. And I'll fast forward the video from where it's downloaded, right? So we will have to wait while the setup is loading, right? Once it's done, so it will ask us to make changes on the hard drive, that is administrative rights, and we have to grant it. After that, you will be prompted with this path, right? So where Android Studio installation is recommended, that path is going to be provided here. If you want to change it, you can change it as well. But I will recommend you to not change it or modify it. Just keep it as it is and just click on next. So it will take a little more time, right? After that, you will be prompted with this window. Okay, and we have to click next to continue here. Okay, so over here, you have two options, right? The Android Studio will be installed by default. Along with that, you can check or uncheck AVD option, that is Android Virtual Device option. Here I'll be checking it because I will have to show you the actual demo of the apps that we create on my virtual device. But if you are good with installing it on your physical device, you can run it on your physical device as well, so that it will save space. Right here you can see the space required changed down to 2.4 GB from 3.4 GB. So AVD is going to take up space on your memory. So if you want to avoid it, you can uncheck it, and later on also you can install it. But as of now, I'll click on check button, and I'll be installing it here. Then again, you'll have to specify installation location. Here I won't be changing it, and I'll directly click on next. Then here you have the installation things, and again I want to install Android Studio, so I'll just click on install, and we will have to wait till it's being installed. So this setup will be perfectly done for your Android Studio, right? It is going to install all the required resources from Kotlin to Java to Android Studio SDK. Everything will be installed perfectly by Android Studio installer itself. So you just have to wait here and give it time so that it's done. And let's return back after it's done. Okay, so it's done. Here it's completed, and now I'll click on next. So my Android Studio setup is done, and it will ask me if I want to start Android Studio. I can uncheck if I don't want to, but right now I'll show you. So I will click on check button. Now at the end, I'll click on finish. So my Android Studio is basically now installed. You can see here the Android Studio icon. So after successful installation, you will be seeing here the icon. Yeah, so we have it here. Now you can either choose like whatever you'll be doing here. If you want to send those statistics to Google official site, you can click on it. If you don't want to, you can click on don't send. Right now I'll just click on don't send, right? So now basically if you don't have any projects, you won't be having them any of the listings here. If you have it, then like my screen, you will be listed here with the projects that you have created. Otherwise, you will just have some this kind of tabs here. So the first is projects, where you will obviously find the projects that you have created, right? You can customize your theme basically, right? If you want to put in a light theme, dark theme, anything. I'm using here Darkula, that is a black theme that you are seeing here, right? You can choose high contrast, then it will be switched accordingly. If I'll choose light, then it's like white theme. Right now I'm currently using Darkula theme. Okay, then you can choose the font size here and all of the configurations that you want to do according to your need. Then plugins, there will be various plugins that you will have to install on timely basis. Right now, as of now, I recommend you to install only Kotlin plugin, okay, which will be required for our Kotlin app development. Okay, other than that are not required. So this is all about Android Studio installation. Now for Intellij installation, to not waste much time, I have already its exe file downloaded, right? So I'll just right click on it, and similar to Android Studio, it will do some steps here, so we'll have to wait. Again, it will ask for administrative privileges. We'll have to click on yes. Then here we will click on next to continue. Again, I'm not going to change the default location. Again, I'll click on next, right? Here you can have a desktop shortcut of it as well, which I'll click OK, right? We want it. Then other configurations or modifications if required, you can just check it. Create association if you want .java association, or whichever file you're working with or language you're working with, you can have them, or else you'll have it installed later on. So don't worry for that if you even miss out installing them as of now. Then if you want to update the path variable, right, you can do it as well. So right now I'm not doing anything from this. I'll just if you want, you can just check on .kt extension here, and I'll click on next because we are dealing with Kotlin. So I've done that. Here, as in Android Studio, you had this Android Studio installed over here. For JetBrains, we have JetBrains installed. Then I'll click on install, and then it's being installed. So we will wait until it's installed. So the setup is done, and now I'm prompted with the finish window. So if you want, we'll just run it and click on finish. Okay, so as soon as it's done, it will start running. So it's taking a little time. So we have it here, right? So now it's up and running perfectly fine. Now I'll just click on new project. You won't be prompted with this project window. As I said earlier, I have them treated, so I'm prompted with it, otherwise not. Then I'll click on new project. Right, over here in the new project window, first of all, I'll have to enter the name that is I want for my project. Okay, then I'll have to select the path where I want my project to be displayed. Over here for the project name, I'll just put it as sample 1. Okay, now this is not needed as of now. Let's not get deeper into this, whether you're not you want to create Git repository. Okay, then we'll have to choose the language, whether it's Java, Kotlin, Groovy, HTML, or other than that you'll have to add on. But over here we'll be dealing with only Kotlin, so it's chose. Right, then you have to choose a build system, whether you want Intellij, Maven, or Gradle. So as of now, I'll just be selecting Intellij itself. And then you'll also have to go through the JDK installation, which we will be seeing here as well. For JDK installation, I already have this many JDK installed in my system. If you don't have any, then I'll also show you how to install them. But as of now, let's select any JDK version that you want, right? So I'll be selecting this. If you want, you can add the sample code, which I recommend you should do while you are on the very beginning stage. Later on, if you are familiar with the language and the coding style and syntax, you may or may not check or uncheck this. It doesn't matter. But as of now, we'll add the sample code and I'll just click on create. So now we'll check how to install Intellij JDK version. So I'll just write JDK download here. Okay, and you can see from the official Oracle website, there are many JDK versions available, and for Android we will need JDK 17 and JDK 8. So make sure you install both the JDKs perfectly, right? So for Windows, when you are installing JDK, you make sure to install x64 installer according to the RAM size that you have for your Windows system. Okay, and you can click on this link here for downloading its exe file. After that, it's required to set up the environment variable as soon as your JDK download is completed. So here you can download JDK 70, right? Don't go for this downloads. Just click on JDK 17 download, and here you have that compressed archive package that you need to download for Windows. Here you have installer. You can also download the zip folder if required, but I would recommend you to download .exe file. Okay. Now for environment variable setup. So as soon as your JDK download is completed, you can click on the environments variable setup from your Windows key. Right here inside the system properties, you will have this advanced tab, and inside that we have this environment variables tab, which we will have to click, and we'll have to set up the path that we have for our JDK download bin. Okay, we have to locate the bin folder. Here I have already done it, as I shown you earlier that I already have them installed in my system. So, but over here, if I'll click on this path under user variables, I'll click on edit, and over here I can add or remove any bin path that is required. Okay, and these are the system variables. Same thing goes over here. So I've set up Java home variable, which is the required variable to set up for your JDK perfect installer. So if you don't have this variable, you will have to create it. Make sure you create it under system variables and not under user variables. Okay, so under system variables, you have to create Java underscore home variable with the values this JDK downloaded location you have to store here. So if you don't have that, you have to create on new variable. You have to enter the name here and the value here. Okay, you can directly browse that directory or file from here. No need to manually type the location, right? Then you have to set up the path here as well, the bin folder path that I already shown you. That is here, if I have downloaded my JDK 17, right, I'll have to set its bin path. Now from where do you get this bin path? Let me show you. So here I'll go to my C drive. I'll just follow the path that is listed here. Under my program files, I have my Java folder where I have my JDKs installed, right? I've set up for JDK 17. Now inside my JDK 17, I'll have this bin folder. This bin folder path you need to provide here under the path variable. So I'll just click on bin. Over here, if you'll click, and you just have to copy this path and you have to paste it for the path variable here, right? this much setup you need to do for your perfect installer for JDK. And after that, you can choose your JDK in the Intellij setup. So now that our new project has successfully opened in this Intellij IDE, it also provides us with the sample code. So this is the sample code that we'll be looking for in Kotlin. In Kotlin, unlike Java or any other programming language, we don't use semicolons or something like that. That syntax and everything will be referring much deeper in the upcoming modules. But as of now, you just need to understand that I want to print a statement to my console, right? For that, I'll just have to embed the statement inside the quotation marks. That is double quotes, or you can also use single quote. That is a privilege we get in Kotlin. Now, when I click on this run button, it will take some time, right? So you can see here, it's getting builded, and then we'll be prompted with that in our console window. So it's compiling our first project. And over here, you can see the directories that are required for our project in Kotlin. That is the .idea directory, which is a system builder, and it doesn't need any manual configurations to be done. Then we have the source folder. This is the most important directory, and we will deal here only. So you can see here, it's printed successfully our hello world. If I'll remove an exclamatory and run it again, right? So you can see here the modified code. Likewise, we can add or remove any number of arguments or print statements that we want. Okay. Now, so as I was explaining, this src folder directory is the main directory that we will have to deal with in Kotlin. Inside this source folder, src stands for source, right? Inside that folder, we have this main folder. This main folder has all our code related functionality, right? Whatever coding needs to be done is done inside this main folder. We can make files, sub-files, anything over here. Then there is this Kotlin folder created, right, inside the main folder, and inside that is our main.kt file. This kt file has our code that is responsible for providing the output. Inside the resource file, we don't have anything as of now, but inside the resource file, you will have all the resources, right, which are responsible for the UI. They all will be stored inside the resource folder. And this is test folder is related for testing. And other than that, this is the JDK version that we have installed here. It specifies that directory. And yeah, so that's it for today. And let's wrap up with the installation portion. Now, the next thing that we will be studying here about the Kotlin code resources. Now, this Kotlin code resources can be installed in your Intellij IDE. How you can do that? You can go inside the file. You can go inside the settings. You can download different plugins that are required for your Kotlin. Okay. As of now, if I want to install a Kotlin plugin, okay, then you have a lot of things here if you want to install, but nothing as of now is required. We'll be dealing with it in further modules. So from here, you will be installing any Kotlin software or Kotlin plugin that you require for your current code or upcoming projects, right? So Intellij IDE and Android Studio IDE both share great similarity and functionality, right? If I'll open a sample project in my Android Studio, it appears in a very similar manner as of in Intellij IDE. And They both share the same structure, directory structure, and everything is same. Why? Because both are developed by JetBrains. So in Android Studio, whenever you will get any update and you install that update, right, from that previous version, then you have this what's new in that update window always prompted in your Android Studio, so that you can understand what's new feature added in your latest version. So you can just go through it and use them in your current project, right? There are a lot of things that are being added in all the latest version. As soon as you update it, you get prompted with it. Yes, so they both share some similar structure, as I said. And this is Android Studio ID, its appearance. And it also has this run functionality, debug functionality, similar to what we have in Intellij ID, run functionality, debug functionality, right? So now let's take a Kotlin start tour. Installing Kotlin in any of Intellij or Android Studio IDE is great. Okay, they are highly recommended for your development with Kotlin code. And after that, to understand about Kotlin and the third-party libraries in your application, you can refer to this official Kotlin website to get more insights, right? That is this site, kotlinlang.org. So over here, we can see what new things are there in Kotlin version 1.9.10, right? So in this tour, you can learn about the variables in Kotlin, its basic types that is provided in Kotlin, collection, control flow, functions, classes, null safety. These all are the features of Kotlin that you won't get in any other language, right? So you can just go through this website and get more insights about it to understand more about how Kotlin is done and what are the new features being added in the latest version, right? Also, here it is stated that whatever is new in Kotlin, right? This is also the official site only. So here you can see its release date, then the list of things that are added here. That is new Kotlin K2 compiler updates, stable replacement of the enum classes value function, then a stable operator for open-ended ranges. These all things you'll need if you are advanced level or if you have already started developing some projects or working on few. Otherwise, you just need to go through. You can click on this links that has the examples listed here for better understanding, right? You can go through all of them and understand how Kotlin language is updated with the newer version, right? So you can always refer to this official website, and I would recommend you to do that. Whenever you download any new version or whenever you update any previous version, it's very much recommended that you should know that what are the features that have been added or that have been modified in the new version, right? So these all contents are being covered today, and I hope it's clear how to install Intellij and Android Studio on Windows OS. We also went through first sample project and we ran it in our Intellij ID, right? We ran the Hello World, the most basic and well-known project in any language. Then I also gave a gist about the Mac and Ubuntu OS document that I've attached with the module. After that, we also went through the Kotlin code resources or the plugins, we can say, that you must require if you are dealing with some particular functionalities or features, right? Then after, let us just check one more thing, that is the Kotlin source code in GitHub. So here, as you can see, there are a lot of files for Kotlin, right? What is Kotlin programming language? The official Kotlin site, the starting guide, how to try Kotlin with some sample codes, its standard libraries, right? If you have any issue, you can track it. Kotlin official blogging site, YouTube channel. There are a lot of links, and you can follow all of them to get more and more of the knowledge, right, about Kotlin and its functionality, updated features, and everything about it. Then comes Kotlin multi-platform capabilities, in which also you have the links for that, editing Kotlin like Intellij. Also Eclipse plugin is shown here, Sublime text. Eclipse and Sublime are not much recommended because they are quite outdated. I would highly recommend you to go only with Intellij IDE as far as Kotlin is concerned, right? And these are a few things that you need to go through if you are installing or dealing with Gradle, if you are going with Ubuntu OS, etc. You need to have some thorough knowledge about command prompt and its commands. Even for Gradle plugins, you must have it. So you can refer to this document from the GitHub official source code for Kotlin. So apart from that, we went, right? So we got a gist about the GitHub source code of Kotlin. And this website you can refer to anytime for a better understanding. And it's very recommended that you go through it. So yeah, so it's a wrap up for today. And we saw all these contents, and we covered them with starting from installation to Kotlin version updates and all the documents we referred to. And I hope to see you soon in the next lecture. Thank you and bye-bye. Hello everyone, hope you all are doing extremely well. So in the previous lecture, we covered about installation and setup for Android Studio as well as Intellij, and we also went through Kotlin source code and GitHub. We also covered official site documentation for Kotlin as well. So in this module, we will start with the Kotlin language, what actually is Kotlin language, and we will learn about the Kotlin basics, okay? So the contents that we will be covering in this module are as listed here, like Kotlin overview. We will first go through the very basic features about Kotlin language, and then we will proceed further. Then we will be studying comments, how to comment your code in Kotlin language, right? We will be studying about Kotlin variable types, that is integer, double, float, etc. Then we will be studying about the Kotlin character variable type, right? Then we will be studying about the difference between where and well keywords in Kotlin language, because Kotlin supports this two types of variable declaration, that is using where and well keywords. So we will also have a brief look on those. Then we will be covering about how to read input with readline method in Kotlin. Then we will be covering arithmetic operations in Kotlin, then incrementing and decrementing, and then we will be covering about the conversion for data types in Kotlin. And we will see all this through examples, okay? So very first topic is Kotlin overview. For Kotlin overview, let's go through what are the features of Kotlin, right? So a very basic feature is Kotlin. When we start to learn about Kotlin, it's very important for us to know that what Kotlin actually is. And for this, we have this Kotlin overview here. So Kotlin is basically a modern statically typed Android compatible language, right? It was designed by JetBrains, and official Kotlin support for Android platform was announced by Google in 2017. It's a year when Kotlin became official language for developing Android applications, and it was declared by Google. Okay. Then Kotlin is very easy to learn if you are familiar with Java. Even if you're not, don't worry, we will start from very basic so that you can get hands-on experience on the same. Then after, Kotlin can be used for any kind of development, be it server-side, client-side, Android application, and all of those. Briefing about the Kotlin features, we have Kotlin is an open source language, that is anyone can use Kotlin, and you can learn Kotlin app development or Kotlin language from anywhere. Like even Kotlin Playground is available, that is an official playground to write your code in Kotlin, and it's provided by the official site. Okay. Then Lambda expressions and inline functions, will have a look on it in the upcoming modules. This is a very important feature in Kotlin. Kotlin also provides null safety, it provides smart cars, data classes, interoperability, that is, it can be interoperable with Java, like when you are applying it for your Android app development, right? You can write your code in either Kotlin or Java or both, right? Kotlin is interoperable with Java, which is again a very important benefit in Kotlin. About its versatility, like we already discussed, it can be used for server side, client side, any kind of application development, right? It's very concise. So now when we will start learning about Kotlin and its syntax, you will come to know that the Kotlin code is very compact and it's very concise, to the point. No extra syntax is required in Kotlin. So without wasting much further time into this, let's start with our code. So right now I have opened Intellij IDE, as you can see here. So I'll open a new project from here, right? I'll just name it Kotlin Basics. Over here, the way I named it is a good convention that you can follow, right? Using underscore between two words. I would recommend you to do it. And keeping the other configurations as it is, I'll also add the sample code and I'll click on create. So yes, so we are ready with it. Now, so here things that we will be doing is, we'll just remove this whole area inside our main function. Okay, so first let us understand what is this fun stands for. It's basically a function, right? In Kotlin language, it's important to declare a main function. Without main function declaration, you won't be able to get your output. Okay, this is arguments that we will be passing inside our main function. Okay, here what we are passing an array of string. Even if I'll remove it, it won't make any such difference, but it's a good practice if you are following it, and thus we will keep it as it is. So we have this function called main, inside which this is the this curly braces are used to define the body of this function, right? If I'll remove this curly braces, I'll be given an error. So what is that error? It must have a body, right? This is my error. So for declaring a body of my main function, I need to have this curly braces. Now inside this curly braces, whatever code I'll be writing will be declared as my function's body, and it will be executed when I call my main function, right? Over here, it is the only function. So as soon as I'll click on run, my output will be displayed according to the code I have written inside my main function, right? Fine. So currently I clicked on run, and as I have defined nothing inside the body of my main function, there is nothing displayed. So you will be observing changes in this console output as soon as we will be going ahead with the different basics and the features of Kotlin over here. So now first and most important content here that we will be covering is how to declare comments in your code. So basically, why do we need comments, right? That is the very first question. So comments are basically needed if you are working on a project that would require your future reference, right? For example, I'm working on a project currently, and after few days, like after 10 days, I'm referring to the same project. So now it will be very hectic for me to know that which code is used for what functionality. So to understand that, if I have declared the comments in my code, it becomes very helpful for me to analyze my code, right? So how do we declare these comments? So if I want to declare a single line comment, I'll use double slashes, right? Double backslash. And if I want to use multi-line comment, I will simply click Control Shift and backslash, right? So it automatically gives me with this syntax. And if I don't do it, I can also manually write, like I can put a backslash, I can put an asterisk, and then I'll write multi-line comment. So as soon as I pressed enter, I got this ending multi-line comment syntax automatically by Intellij. So Intellij supports our KT extension, and hence it makes our task very easier to complete the remaining syntax. So this is how you declare a single line comment, by double backslashes. And if you want to create a multi-line comment, you use an backslash with an asterisk on the beginning and at the end of a multi-line comment, right? Now moving ahead, we will be declaring here variable types. Okay, we'll have a look on the variable types in Kotlin. So what are the different variables? If you are familiar with any other language, not only Java, but any other programming language, you would be very familiar that the variable types in any language are the basics, that is integer, double, float, right? Boolean and character. Fine. So we'll have a look at all of these one by one with an example. So first is our integer. Now, to declare an variable in Kotlin, we can either use var or we can use val keyword, right? Either I'll be using var keyword or val keyword. Now, what's the difference between these two? I'll be soon covering with it as well. But right now, I'm using val keyword. Now, I'll name my variable. So, I need to provide a name to my variable. So, currently, I'll be using integer to make it very understandable. Right now, I'm just declaring names based on their types in Kotlin. Okay. So, so this is my variable name, that is integer. I'll put a colon here. And what is the use of this colon? That I can declare a data type. What my variable data type is meant for, right? So I'll write here integer, int, which stands for integer. So I'll write int, then I'll write on equals to. Now, simply what I can do here is I'll declare a value for my int. So, what I did here, I named a variable integer, right? I declared its data type as int and I gave its value as 40. Now, similarly, I'll declare other variables, right, like double. I'll provide its data type as double, and I'll provide its value as 4.5. So similar to this too, I can always declare my all the other variables, like variable for float, boolean, everything, right? So if I don't name it, right, if I don't declare its data type, and if I directly give it a value like true, it is still okay in Kotlin, because Kotlin is very smart to understand what data type your variable holds based on the value you assign to it. Okay, so this is again an advantage of Kotlin. It provides smart casting. Also, like you know what is smart casting? Okay, we will get to know it better in the upcoming period. But right now, what is important is you can declare an variable in this two manner. Either you can provide the variable name and the data type both to your Kotlin uh, ID, or you can directly provide only the name and its value. Kotlin will automatically infer its data type. So that is again an advantage for Kotlin. You don't need to manually always give its data type. So this is the practice you will be following in all the advanced modules that we will be doing after this. But currently I'll be following this practice to give you a good grip over Kotlin language. So I'll just again undo this statement, and if I want to copy this line, okay, so in Intellij or in Android Studio, you have this facility that when you press Ctrl D, your same line gets copied onto the next line. So I'll declare my Boolean variable here of data type Boolean, right? I'll give it, okay, so I got an error. Once when you get an error, it's important that you focus on what error you got, so that you will be more familiar with the syntax. Now, the error is the floating point literal does not conform to the expected type Boolean, so that you know that the value is inappropriate to the data type declaration. So if I'll remove this value and directly declare it, so Kotlin will infer that it is of type double, right? But if I am declaring a variable type here, right, data type here, then there is an error. So I need to give value according to the data type that I have declared for specific variable. And last, I will declare float of type float, and I'll provide its value as 2.5, right? It's giving me an error. Why? Why do I get this error? It again says that it is not of the expected type float. So how do we declare float variable in Kotlin then? It's an question, right? I'll give you a 2-second pause to think on it. If you know the answer, well and good. If you don't, I'm here to solve it. Fine. So how do we declare float data type variable in Kotlin is that we write here as simply. Okay. So this is how we declare various data types in Kotlin. And last data type is our character data type, right? So for declaring a character data type in Kotlin, I will write here the data type to be char. Okay, that stands for character in Kotlin. Again, it's not of the type char, so I'll just remove this. How do you declare a character data type? Again, this is a question. What is it here the error stands for expecting an expression. Now what would that expression be? I'll simply write either double quotes, which won't be supported for character. It is supported for strings, right? So now for character data type, you only have to put single quotes and any alphabet, whether it's capital, small, anything. But make sure that your character data type only supports one variable, okay? Like one letter. So be it anything, but if I'll write second letter, it again gives me an error because it says too many characters in character literal. Character data type is of size of only 2 bytes, if you know it, right? So this 2 bytes only supports one character, and that character you need to write here. Fine. So this way we have declared all the data types in Kotlin. Now how to check if all my data types are printed correctly on the output or not, right? So I'll just simply write print. If we are using Java, then the syntax is something like this for Java, right? I'm just showing you this to let you know that this is such a long syntax. And what if I just have to write this, right? System.out.print is such a long statement and print is such a small statement. So this is an advantage of Kotlin, that you only have to provide the code that is necessary, and its code is very concise and compact, right? So here I'll write print. Inside this print statement, I want to print all these variables that I have declared, okay? So I'll write a statement first, variable types in Kotlin, values. Fine. Now I want to get a new line here, so I'll write \n, and what I'll do, either first way to provide a variable value inside your print statement is you can put here a plus sign, and I can write integer here, right? Then again I can put a plus sign, I can provide a \n, again a plus sign, and I can provide my double value here. So you can see this is getting so long and so unwanted kind of syntax we have to use here. It's getting so long and so monotonous, right? That we have to use this plus sign every time. So Kotlin also provides us with a shorter version to this. Inside single inverted comma, you can get your variable values as an output in the print statement simply by either by just writing a $sign and your variable name. So simple. Again, I'll write \n, and same way $sign and double value, right? So I'll just copy this code and I'll use it as many times as I want. Something went wrong. So this way, so that Kotlin understands this $sign is used for Kotlin to understand that you want your variable value here inside this statement, right? So let's try to run this. and see if we are getting the expected output or not. So unlike Java or any other programming language, you don't have to use semicolon here, right, at the end of each statement. These things are very unwanted for Kotlin. Kotlin just focuses on a very compact and concise syntax that you can easily remember, and so it's very easy to learn Kotlin if you know any other programming language, especially Java. So here we are with the expected output variable types in Kotlin values. So 44.5 true, right, 2.5f, and character value is a. So this is how you declare variable and its data types in Kotlin. After that, let us move ahead with another concept for Kotlin basics, that is a very basic but yet very important topic in Kotlin, where versus well keyword, right? This you are going to be bothered every time you are writing your Kotlin code, okay? So what is difference between where and well keyword? So where as the keyword stands for variable, right? And what exactly comes in your mind when you hear this word called variable, right? Just forget about programming language. Just when you hear this English word variable, what comes in your mind is a variable thing that can be changed, right? That in programming language is known as mutable. What is mutable? Mutable means something that can be changed, right? That can be changed dynamically throughout your programming language. It doesn't mean that it is immutable or it is something which is very static and cannot be changed. Fine. So this is what our where keyword stands for. Where means it where value can be changed. Fine. So I declared here a variable named mutable, which represents my where keyword type as well. If or if not, I can declare the data type, doesn't matter. Right now I'll be declaring throughout this module, I'll be declaring this data type so that you can get a good practice for the same. After that, I'll be declaring its value like 25. Okay, any value that you want to write. Now, the next statement for well. So now I'll write well keyword and I'll declare my variable named immutable. Well value can't be changed, okay? It is immutable and it cannot be reassigned once it is assigned. So I'll declare its value to be 50. Now you will soon see the error. Once I have declared my variable, okay, next time I don't again have to write where mutable, then it will show me an error which is very obvious because I don't need to write the same name and reassign the value. So now I can directly use mutable and I'll write it equals to 35. Fine. So I am not getting an error, as you can see. Okay, it's working fine. But if I'm writing immutable and I'm reassigning a value, for example 40, you can see a red squeaky line under my immutable keyword, right, variable name. What does this arrow stand for? Let us have a look. Well cannot be reassigned. So as I told you that any variable that is declared with well keyword cannot be reassigned, but any variable declared with where keyword, its value can be changed, its value can be reassigned throughout your program, right? So this was an error, and let us print these two variable values so that we can again get a better idea for this. Okay, where value is a, and I'll write control D, and what I'll write here, print ln. So what this print ln statement will do, it will print this value inside my print statement in the next line. So I'll write value is immutable, and I'll again update its value, updated where value, so that I'll be printing both these values, and run the code again so that we can get more precise idea upon how our code is functioning. So where value, okay, so this A is of that character. Let's just type here and again run our code. Right, so where value is 25, value is 50. So this statement, the print line uses a line, the whole line. Okay, print ln stands for printer line, so it uses the whole line, and then the very next statement moves to the next line. So updated where value is 35. So as you can see, the variable declared with where keyword can be reassigned to any value further in your code, but variable declared with val keyword cannot be reassigned, as it throws us an error, right? So now the next thing that we will be looking here is for read line, right? This is again an important method that you will be using in your Kotlin code. So let's look at it. So first I'll just write print, enter your name. Okay, as soon as the user enters his or her name, I'll take that value and store it inside a new variable named name. And okay, so I don't have an value over here. I am not assigning it statically. I want it dynamically from the user. So what I'll do, I'll use this readline inbuilt function in Kotlin. So what this function is used for, it is used to get a user input. Okay, and how it functions we will soon see in our output. And after I got my user input, I'll store this name value inside my print statement and print it back to the console so that the user is reflected with his or her name. So I'll write print ln, and inside my print ln function I'll provide a hello message to the user, $, and my variable name. Okay, if you are very sure that your variable value won't be changed in your code, then it's a very good practice that you declare your variable with val keyword, and it's recommended in Kotlin. But if you're not sure that your variable value can be changed further in your code, then it's recommended that you use var keyword. But unless it's necessary, just go with val keyword. Now let's see its output. For readline, readline function provides you with an convention to get user input. Okay, so it here has enter your name. So I'll enter my name and press enter. So it give me a greeting, hello Vaibhavi, right? So it is a very important function in Kotlin, read line. Fine. Now let us have a look at arithmetic operators in Kotlin as well. So what are the arithmetic operations? As you know, it is add, subtract, multiplication, division, and remainder operators, right? These are the basic arithmetic operations that you can perform in any language, like you also do it in maths, not only programming language. So now let's have a look at how we can do it in Kotlin. So if I'm doing a declaration of a variable named A, okay, so that I don't have to manually declare each variable for each of my arithmetic operation, I'll just globally try to declare two variables with which I can perform all my arithmetic operations in the remaining code. So I'll just declare its value to be 20. Right? I'll create another variable B and I'll declare its value to be 5. Now let us start with our arithmetic operations. I'll declare an variable for addition here, right? And its value will be A plus B. Fine. Similarly, I'll declare for subtraction and I'll have its value as A minus B. Then similarly for multiplication, I'll write A star B, A into B, right? And then for division, I'll write A divide by B. Similarly, for modulo or remainder operator, I'll write remainder. I will declare remainder variable. And what sign will here it be? What's the use of remainder operator? Then what is the remainder that I'll be getting when I'm dividing 20 by 5, right? So its sign is percentage sign. Okay. So this is how you can do these statements and arithmetic operation in Kotlin. Now I'll simply create a print line statement inside which addition of 20 and 5 is $addition. Similarly, I'll declare it for the every other variable for arithmetic operation, right? So subtraction, for subtraction, I have the subtraction here. For multiplication, here you have this multiplication variable. For division, you have this division here. And for remainder or modulo operator, you have this remainder here. Fine. So let's again print and see if we are getting the expected output or not. So we need to enter our name, right? So addition of 20 and 5 is 25, subtraction is 15, multiplication is 100, division is 4, and the remainder is 0. Fine, so it's all working as expected. Now the next thing that we will have to look here is increment and decrement operations in Kotlin. So for that, I'll just declare my count variable here, and I'll assign it the value as 0. To increment my count operator, I have this plus plus sign in Kotlin, so that the value of my count variable that is declared while its initialization will be incremented by 1. Incremented by 1. Fine. And now I'll also print my count value. Fine. Now, similarly, if I want to declare this value, then I'll use minus minus and decrement it by 1. So print line, what I'll print? The value of my count variable. Here, the value will be 1. Here it will be 0, as it is incremented by 1. 0 incremented by 1 is 1, and 1 decremented by 1 is 0. Fine. So let's see if we are getting the required output. We'll be entering the name. So yes, I have this 1 and 0. If for better understanding, you can just write after increment dollar and variable value after decrement dollar and variable value. Simple. Fine. It's very easy if you understand it with consistency and concentration, right? And the very last thing that we'll be studying here is the inferring or conversion to different data types in Kotlin. So here I'll be providing you with an example for I'll declare an integer variable, right, that is of type int, which is equal to 55, for example. Fine. And I want to convert it to a double data type. So I'll first print this value here, and then I'll convert it into my double data type. I'll give it a data type of double, and what will be its value? I'll write int num dot. I have inbuilt a method to convert an integer to double data type in Kotlin, that is 2 double. So I'll write dot 2 double, and then I'll print its value. Simple. And let's run our code. So you can see here, when it was an integer, the value is 55. When I converted it to a double data type, the value is 55.0. Likewise, you can also convert it to the string data type. So this is all for today. What all did we study today? We went through all the basics in Kotlin language. We learned about how we can declare comments, whether it's single line or multi-line in Kotlin, how we can declare variable types in Kotlin along with defining its data types while declaring the variable. Then we also learned about what is the difference between where and well keyword, right? After that, we also studied about the readline function in Kotlin. Then we also studied about arithmetic operations in Kotlin, right? And we printed all our outputs for better and brief understanding of every operations and every content that we covered in this module. We also covered about increment and decrement operations in Kotlin and how they are done. And we also covered conversion to data types in Kotlin. So this is all for today. I hope it was understandable and you got a brief idea about what is Kotlin and its basics, because you thoroughly need to be clear about the basics of Kotlin. Otherwise, in the upcoming stage, there will be some difficulties if you are not clear with the basic. So I would recommend you to go through it once again if you have any doubts. Okay. Thank you, and we'll see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Hello everyone. So hope you all are doing great. So in the previous module, we covered about the Kotlin basics, like how the Kotlin language is structured, what is its syntax. We also went through the features of Kotlin. Then we went through basics of Kotlin language, like difference between where and well keyword. We also went through reading input from the user. Then it's increment, decrement operations and arithmetic operations, right? Now moving forward, in this module, we will be covering about conditional statements and loops in Kotlin. So let's quickly go through the contents that we will be covering in this module today. First is the conditional operators, right? That is less than, greater than, equal to, not equal to, less than equal to, greater than equal to. Then if-else statements, logical operators, when expression. That is, in Kotlin, we don't use switch case, we use when expression. Loops like for, while, do while. Functions with parameters, with return types, with no return type, with no parameters. And lastly, we'll go through the variable scope. So without wasting any further time, let's directly switch to our Intellij IDE and start with the practicals. Now, so here I've opened my previous project. Now if I want to close it, right, and open a new project, I'll go to my file tab. I'll click on close project. So yeah, so I'm again prompted with this window. Now I'll click on new project and I'll name my project as a conditional statements, right? And keeping all the other configurations as it is, I'll click on create. I'll hide this project tab to get more space, right? Increasing font size for better clarity of the code. Now we'll remove this unwanted sample code. Now the code that we will be doing will be inside our main function, right? As we have previously discussed. Now for adding comments, as we discussed in the previous module, we'll be using a / for single line comment, right? And for multi-line comment, we'll be using a / with a star, and we'll close it using a star and /. So this is how we can create multi-line comments or single line comments respectively. Now first we'll be going through the conditional operators, right? Now what are conditional operators? So if you have already learned any programming language or if you are familiar with one, you might be knowing about the conditional operators, right? Conditional operators are basically the math operators that are used for a condition, like between two variables or three variables, or to compare the variables, right? So if the less than operator, greater than operator, less than equal to operator, greater than equal to operator, Then there is equal to operator and not equal. So we'll be going through all of these one by one. Now I'll declare a variable named x. I'm giving it a declaration using val keyword, right? Why? Because I'm very sure that I'm not going to change the variable x value anytime in this code. So I'll be declaring directly using val keyword. Now I'm giving it a value of integer 5. I'll declare another variable val y equals to 10, right? Now between these two variables x and y, we'll be using this conditional operators. So first we'll write print line statement to print the output, right? And I'll check if x is less than y. So if it is, right, if it is less than y, and as we discussed in the previous module, right, we can directly encode our variable values, or we can call our variables with the help of $sign inside the double inverted commas in the print statement. Otherwise, we can also use a plus sign and then directly write the variables without the $sign, right? We can also do it like this. So why is it giving us error? So when you are declaring or calling two variables, you need to be very sure that you write it within the curly braces. So right now I'll be using this inside the inverted commas. So not using this plus expression, and we'll paste the same code with the help of $expression. Now, so yeah, we are here. So let's run it. Then we'll print the others as well. So it's building, and you can see here that it's in process, right? Once it's completed, we'll be prompted with our output. And as I told in the previous module, in Kotlin, like in Intellij and Android Studio, you have a facility to copy any number of lines with the help of Control T, keeping the cursor on that same line. So yeah, so here we are with the output. So if x less than y, it's returned true. Why? Because 5 is less than 10. Right? Now similarly, I'll copy these lines for all the other expressions and we'll print all them together. Right? This is for greater than. So it should return false. Right? Similarly, we'll do it for less than or equal to. Right? It should also return true. Greater than or equal to should return false again, because x value is not greater than or equal to y, right? So it should return false here. Then is x value perfectly equal to y, right? If it is, then it should return true, otherwise false. In our case, as x value is not 10, right? Except 10, any value of x would not return true in this case, right? So it will return false over here. And last case, not equal to, that is 5 is not equal to 10, right? Even 15 is not, 11 is not, 9 is not, right? Anything except 10 is not equal to 10, obviously. So it should all return true. Now let's check this output quickly. So first time it will take a little more time. After that, once the compilation is done successfully for the first time, it will then be very fast and quick. Okay. So let's just compare with our answers that we have written in the comments. Right. First is true, false, true, false, false, true. Right. So x is less than y, true. X is greater than Y is obviously false. 5 is not greater than 10. Then greater than or equal to is also, less than or equal to is also true. Greater than or equal to will be returning false as X value is smaller than Y, right? Equal to false again because 5 is not equal to 10. And not equal to is true as 5 is not equal to 10. Now, next. So, our next topic is if-else statements in Kotlin. So, if-else statements are very basic statements in any programming language, right? So, let's go through them quickly. Again, I'll be declaring a new variable like age. I'll give it the value of my choice, for example, 20. Now, I'll declare an if statement. So, if statement in Kotlin is similar to other languages, like you have to pass in a condition for if statement, right? And if statement body will be embedded within the curly braces, right? So, I need to pass in a condition here. So, I'll write age greater than or equal to 18. Fine. If it is greater than or equal to 18, then what we will be printing? You are eligible to vote, right? And every if statement should be closed with the help of else statement, if else blocks, right? Then again we'll be printing our else part, that is not eligible to vote. If the age is less than 18 years, you are not eligible to vote. Okay, so let's print again. So it's returning us you are eligible to vote. Why? Because the age variable value must be greater than or equal to 18. Here we have declared it 20. So for example, if I declare it 10, then it does not go to this if statement, but directly jumps to the else block and returns not eligible to vote. Let's check this as well. Right? So working fine. Then let's move to the logical operators in Kotlin. So what are logical operators, right? It is and, or, not. These are known as logical operators. If you can't remember like how we can figure out whether it will return true or false. So logical operators always returns a Boolean value, like our conditional operators, right? Output will be a Boolean value, that is either a true or a false. Fine. Now, what is the syntax and how we can figure out? For this, we have a table for and, or, and not logical operators. Right? So for and, remember if both values are true, then and only then the result is true. Otherwise, if one value is true, other is false, if both are false, in every of those cases, the value will be false. But only if both the values are true, then and only then the result will be true. Right? So similarly, for or, right? For or, if one of the values is written true, right? Then also the result is true. It just requires one of the values to return true. If it is so, then the result will be true. Only if both values are false, then and only then it will return false in case of OR, right? And lastly, not. Not is like changes the current value. And returns that, right? For example, if the current value is true, then it will return false. If it is false, then it will return true. That is the case for not. And let us also write in bracket how we can use this operation. So for using AND operation in Kotlin, we'll be using two ampersand signs, right? For OR, we'll be using two straight bars, right? And for NOT, there is one single exclamatory. So this you must remember for the syntax purpose. We can't directly write in words, right? AND, OR, and NOT. We'll be using this sign, that is AND, for ampersand signs, double ampersand for AND, two straight bars for OR, and one exclamatory for NOT. Now let's move towards its implementation. So I'll declare a variable where is student, right? And I'll assign it a value as true, right? Like he or she is student. Let's believe it. Now, does they have a donation coupon? Right now, let's declare it to be false. Now, inside my if statement, instead of using conditional operators or similar to using conditional operators, I can also use the logical operators. So let's do it like is student and, right? Because I want to perform AND operation, and has donation coupon. So it will compare both the values, that is true and false. True and false. And it will return what? You can guess. I'll give you 5 seconds for that. It will return false. As we saw here in the comments, right? If both are true, only then the result is true. Otherwise, it is false. So, if both are true, right, like AND is qualified, right, and if the result is true, then we'll simply print qualified for special discount, right? Else if I want to write multiple if condition, right, in my if else block, then we can use this else if statements as well. Okay, so else if I'll perform OR operations has the donation coupon. So if either of them, like is student or has donation coupon returns true, right? In this case, is student is true, right? So this condition will return true, and if it returns true, we will print eligible for partial discount, right? And lastly, if none of this if or else if blocks work, we'll directly switch to else block, which returns a print statement not eligible for discount, right? And let's print it should only return eligible for partial discount as the output. Let's check it. Right? So it's working fine. So this was about logical operators. Now let's switch to the when expression. So if you have used Java or C language, right, then you might be knowing that there are switch cases. You might be familiar with the switch cases if you have learned any programming language previously, right? What does the switch case do? It has a condition like in cases. If the condition of any of those cases match with the required input, then that particular case is executed, right? Similar goes with when expression in Kotlin, but why we do when expression instead of switch cases in Kotlin? Because switch cases have quite syntax purpose. Due to the syntax purpose, when expression is very compact, right? And it's a feature of Kotlin. You won't find it in any other programming language. There are switch cases in other programming language, but we use when expression for Kotlin. Now, for example, I'll write a day equals to Monday, for example, right? So, for my when expression, the syntax will be when keyword, write the when keyword first. Inside the regular brackets, you need to pass in your variable, nothing else but the variable name. Then, inside the curly braces, we'll have the when body. Now, if we don't have to write like switch case, that is case 1. This is not a case in when statement. We directly have to pass the variable value. For example, I have declared Monday here, but in my when case or when expression, I'll be going through all the values, right? So, for example, Monday to be the first value, and then we will be using a hyphen and then greater than sign, and I will print the output. So when expression avoids using curly braces for code body, right, for this conditional code body, it directly can be done using a hyphen and a greater than this arrow kind of symbol, right? So for syntax purpose, it's very compact. First day of week, we will write here. Similarly, we'll be printing all the other days. Tuesday, to be the second day. Wednesday, be the third day, right? Thursday to be the fourth day. Friday to be the fifth day. And if we want to declare same output for two values of the variable, then we can do it using a comma, right? Using comma, we can pass other value as well. And I'll simply write here, it's a weekend, right? Fine. And in when expression like switch cases, you need to have an else block, that if none of these statements are executed, then what are we supposed to do? Like where does when expression should go, right? So we'll provide an else statement here, and we will print like invalid day. Fine. So let's run this, and it should print first day of the week, right? Fine. So we are up with it. Okay. So one thing we forgot to execute in our logical operators is the not expression, right? For not, what we can do here is I'll again declare a variable, another variable for implementation of not, that is invalid. Okay, that is the discount is invalid, right? So in that, what we will do, we'll change the value of what we have in the has the donation coupon, right? And then I will print what the value is invalid. The value of is invalid expression variable, right? And is invalid. So again we can run it. So you'll see that is invalid has this not has donation coupon value, right? So the value of is invalid will be true because we have declared here has donation coupon value to be false. So as you can see here, this is done, right? So this is about when expression. Then moving forward, this is a very important part, that is for loop, right? So for loop in Kotlin is very simple, like other programming language. I'll just write a variable for I. For example, I is my variable and I want to provide it in a range and check that whether that I is in 1 to 5. So this is how you provide the range using 2 dots, right, in Kotlin. And it's an advantage of Kotlin that you can use this range inside the for loop. None other language supports it, right? So loops, what are loops? Loops are actually used to execute a same block of code for multiple times, right? For example, if I'll declare my variable I equals to 1, and then if I'm printing some statement, right, anything, then again if I'm using a variable j as giving its value as 2, then again I'm printing the same state, right? So instead of this, this is very hectic and it provides very unrequired code for your project. So to eliminate this redundancy, what we can do is we can directly use a loop if we are sure that we want to execute a same block of code for multiple times, right? So in this for loop, I'll not do much, but I'll just print the current value of I. Dollar. Let's run this. And we can see with the output here as well. So current value is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So when you write double dots, right, it's inclusive, right? 1 is included in the range and also 5 is included in the range. So it will start from 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So then let's move forward with our while loop. It's similar to for loop. Right. The syntax is also similar. I'll declare a count variable. Let's do something different here. I'll declare count variable with a value is 0. Okay. So while the value of count variable is less than 5. Okay. I'm not using less than or equal to. So it will only go until 4. Okay. It won't cover 5. So if the count value is less than 5, then this print statement is to be printed. That is the current count. What will it print? The value of the count variable. And so right now I have just provided 0, right? So it's always going to return this while statement condition to be true, and it's going to print this for infinite times. So now how to avoid this, right? As we studied in the previous module, we can use increment and decrement operators, right? So I'll be using it here to increment the count value every time this block is executed. So first it will be 0, then it will increment to 1, then again it will check for this condition that if it's less than 5, yes, so it will again go inside this block, again it will increment to 2, then again it will check if the value is less than 5. If it is true, then again this statement is executed, then again it will increment to 3 and similar to 4. But when it's incremented to 5 and it again checks for the condition if it is less than 5, then it will return true and directly come outside the while body. So it will be executed only until this condition is satisfied. So as you can see, current count starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And then it comes outside the while body. Then do while loop, right? In this do while loop, again we have this count variable, right? So we'll make use of it only. In this do while loop, what we'll do is, it's an for loop and while loop are called entry control loop. This is for your knowledge, right? These both are known as entry controlled loop. While do while loop is known as exit control loop. Now, why is this difference created, right? You will know when I'll write the syntax, right? So inside this do, I'll use this do keyword to declare my do while loop, and inside the function condition body, I'll print a statement like current count value only. And $count. Fine. Now, why is it giving me an error? Because I need to provide a while statement. And over here also, we'll be incrementing the count value. In the while statement, here with the while keyword, we'll be passing a condition that if count value is less than 5. So this is how do while loop syntax works. You don't have to provide the condition at the beginning of the loop. Unlike for loop that we provide in the beginning, while loop also we provide in the beginning, but in do while loop, we have to provide the condition in the end. So now you know why it is called as exit control loop, because the condition is checked when the loop exits. And here, the condition is checked well before the loop starts its execution, right? So by default in do while loop, even if the condition doesn't match, if I write less than 0, right? Even if I write this, it will execute once. Let's check. Because by default, the condition won't be checked at the beginning, right? And first case is executed. After that, then it comes out of the do body and checks the condition, right? So current count value is 5. So here the count is already incremented as we are using the same count variable, right? And it's set to 5. Now, without checking the condition, it still executes and prints the value 5. And then it checks the condition. So after 5, it doesn't print any statement, right? 5. So yeah, let's keep it till this for this video, and then the rest of the topics we'll be covering in the next video. Thank you. everyone. So welcome back. So in the last module, we learned till do while loop, right? And its execution. Now the next topic is functions, right? So what are functions? Basically, function is used to avoid the repetition that is done in our code, right? So for that purpose, we use functions. So functions are of two types, right? Like there is a written type in function, and also there are parameters in function. So what is written type and what is parameters? So written type is what our function is going to return, right? What will be its output? And parameters are what we are going to provide to our function, like arguments, right? For example, here a function main is defined, right? This is our main function. So this, inside this curly bracket, whatever we pass is known as the parameter that our function expects in order to follow up with its execution, right? So first of all, we'll learn about functions with parameters, right? Now, I'll create a function, for example, one more thing. This function will be outside our main function because I want to create another function. So, we'll come outside our main function and I'll create a function called greet. Okay. And inside this greet function, I want to pass some parameter. For example, a name, the person name, right? And what should be its type? This is my argument that I want for this function greet, right? And what should be its data type? I'll declare it to be string. Now inside my function body, I'll print a statement for the output like hello, comma, the name that is passed inside our function calling, right? Now, here inside my main function, I will call this greet function. So imagine writing this print line statement every time I want to call this greet function, or simply calling this greet function and giving it an argument, for example, ls, right? I can do this for multiple times, as many names that I want to pass to this function arguments, right? I can do this as many times as I want with so much ease, and there is no repetition of code occurring, as I have already declared a function inside which I have coded the part that I know will be repetitively called, right? So I want to call this statement every time my function is executed. So I'll put this statement inside my function. So likewise, this you can write any of your code that you know will be executed multiple number of times in your code. So every time you don't have to write n number of lines. I don't know what number of lines will be there, right? Here it's only one, so it won't look that much repetitive. But instead of this, if there are multiple number of lines, like there is a lot of code, you don't have to repetitively write this. And to avoid that repetition, we'll be using functions in any programming language. Okay. So for Kotlin, we have seen how to declare a function with parameter, right? And let's also go through its output. So it should print hello Alice, hello Bob, and hello Chandler. Right? So yeah, here we are as expected, right? Now, our next thing for functions will be the function with return types. right? So for function with written types, I'll again declare a function add number, for example, and I will pass two arguments, right, like variable a of type int, comma b also of type int. Now what should it return, right? If I want it to return something after this curly brackets, right, after my argument is completed, outside my curly brackets, I'll provide a colon symbol, and over here I'll write what I want to return, the data type, right, of my written statement. So it should be an integer. Fine. So inside this, I'll simply write return keyword a plus b. Fine. And now inside my main function, we will provide add numbers function calling, right? Here I'll declare a variable, for example, result, to store the value of our function, right? And we'll call this add numbers function, and I'll pass as it requires. You can see here it's prompted that a in integer and b in integer is what our function add numbers expects us to write as an argument. So here we'll declare 3 comma for b value. As you can see, b is highlighted. You can write 4. So this is so much easy, right? Like this IDE is so supportive. You don't need to worry about a lot of things, right? And then we'll simply print this sum. Why? Because here we haven't declared any print statement. So we'll explicitly declare a print statement to print this sum. So what is our sum? That is the result variable output. Okay. Let's run it again in order to check our output. So what it should return? It should return 7. Right? So it's an integer. Similarly, if I will write here double, and then let's run it again. So it's giving me an error. What is this error for? Type mismatch. Infer type is integer, but double was expected. So here we will have to change it to double as well. Fine. Any of data type can be changed to double because double size is greater than that of integer. So it's a bigger data type. So if you change one of the variables to double, it's fine. Only that both the variables should not be of smaller data type and that you expect a bigger data type. That should not be the case. So one of which can be double, so that answer can be expected in double. Right? So this is how we can declare return type and pass in the parameters. Apart from that, let's now check with function without return type and without parameters, right? So for that, we'll declare a new function, right? Like a welcome message, for example. Okay, we don't need any parameters. So I won't write anything inside my regular brackets after the function call, right? Declaration. And I won't also write anything to return from this function, as I will declare a function without return type. Fine. Now, inside this, I'll simply print a output statement for welcome to Kotlin programming world. Fine. And inside my main function over here, right, we'll call this welcome message function. And I will simply call this, I don't have to pass anything. It will directly jump to its source, right, from where this welcome message function is declared, and it will execute this function body. So you need to make sure anything that you do outside your main function, make sure to call those functions or the methods that you are writing outside your main function into your main function. Otherwise, that execution won't be carried out, right? If I don't, if I comment this welcome message function call here, and then if I'll run Kotlin ID, like compiler won't understand that whether I should execute this code or not. So it won't execute it. As you can see, it just printed until the sum, that is add numbers call. It didn't, the program flow didn't execute this function. Why? Because the main function here, this is the main function. And what is the scope of our main function? This much. So outside my main function, whatever I'm doing, the compiler won't execute it unless and until I'll call it inside my main function, right? So we'll again undo this comment, right? So that our calling is done properly. So this was all. After that, the next is the last topic is variable scope, fine? So what is variable scope basically? Variable scope in any programming language defines until and the scope until which the variable is accessible, right? For example, if I am declaring a variable named outside, fine, it's in my main function, but I am naming that variable outside, and I'll give it a value of string, right? Like I am outside if block, fine. And after that, I'll declare an if statement, right, to be true, right? This provides a necessity that the if statement is true without passing any external variables, fine. Now inside the body of my if statement, I'll declare another variable like inside, fine. This inside value will be I am inside if block, right? Now I'll print both of those variables, that is outside and inside, fine. And coming outside my if block, I'll again try to print both the variables, that is outside and inside. So you can see, for example, if I want to write outside here, it directly gives me the suggestion. So you know that you are writing something that the compiler understands that should be placed here in this code, right? But when I'm writing inside, you see there is no suggestion that is prompted to me. Why? Because this inside variable is not accessible here, So where I declared my inside variable, that is inside my if block. Here is the declaration, right? So outside is accessible here inside my if block. Inside is also accessible inside my if block. Why? Because the scope of my inside variable is this much. After, above it, below it, nowhere it's accessible. Outside is accessible here as well. That is outside if block. Why? Because the scope of my outside variable is everywhere inside the main function. Where is outside variable declared? Here. And what are its scope? That is in this function. So this is for main, as you can see here. See, you can just have a look here. It's in my main function. So if I'll try to write here print, okay, it won't be accessible. But if I'll try to write it inside this, obviously it's not going to be. Why? Because here my outside variable is not accessible. So you understand how variable scopes are defined, right? Wherever you declare your variable, it's only accessible inside that scope, that particular scope. Outside it, it's not accessible, okay? And other thing in advance, as we'll proceed further, you will also learn about access modifiers to actually determine where your variables are accessible. But right now, we are simply declaring it with default access variables. That is, we don't have to manually provide any access modifier. So, we'll only remember as of now that this is the scope for our variable declaration that is declared inside this body. Similarly, this is the scope for our variable declaration that is declared inside the main function body. And that goes on with every function or methods that we are declaring. So, we have covered almost all the contents of this module. So, in the next video, we'll see how we can create a random number generator app with the help of these topics that we have studied. Okay? Till then, make sure that you are revising all these topics thoroughly, because only if your basics are clear, then and only then you will be having a strong grip over the advanced topics. So, keep revising, keep learning, and thank you. We'll see you in the next lecture. Hello everyone. So in the previous module, we went through everything for conditional statements and loops module. That is starting from conditional operators, if-else statements, logical operators. We also covered when expression, that is in Kotlin, how its execution is done, what is its syntax. We also went through all the three loops, that is entry controlled as well as exit controlled, for, while and do while loops respectively. Then we also went through functions, understanding how we can declare functions, how we can do function calling, what are its written types and parameters. Apart from that, we also understood about variables. So that was a quick recap about the previous module, right? Previous lectures. Now, moving forward, I'll close this and we will create a new project. Fine. That will be an application, right? Sounds overwhelming, right? And this is going to be quite new, as we haven't created any application in Intellij yet. Obviously, the output will be in the console window itself, but we will not be doing any every topic outputs, and will not provide it in this topic, but we'll directly see how we can design an application logic code for a random number application. Fine. So I'll just add a comment here. right? Now, this is my main function. So, for a random number app, so what do you want this app to do, or what comes in your mind when you hear this name? Obviously, that a random number will be generated, which is clear from the name itself. So, what we expect the user to do from our app? We expect the user to guess a number, okay? And we will generate a number from the compiler, which will be very random, okay? We won't provide compiler with a static number. We'll give it a dynamic range, and we'll allow the compiler to choose a number. So the compiler generates a number, and user inputs a number, okay? If those number matches, then the user wins. Otherwise, we'll provide some other output statement. So this is a very simple overview about the app which we are going to create. So for that, first of all, there's an okay. So before going much deeper, let's first understand why we need to import things in Kotlin and what are its main purpose, right? So for example, here I will allow the compiler to generate a random number between the range of 1 to 100 or 50 or whatever you are comfortable with. We are giving it a vast range so that there is more, guesswork and everything. There's more fun, right? So I'll declare a variable secret number, right? And what I'll do, I'll write random. Now, here you can see the suggestions, right? What is this random? Random is an inbuilt function that is provided by one of the Kotlin library that we can directly use in our code to generate a random number. We don't have to code for the same. So if I'll go and code the logic here, then it will go about a kilo lines of code, right? Which is really unwanted because there is already a function, the library generated by Kotlin, that is provided to us, and if we don't use it, it's baseless, right? So we are not going to do this. So I forgot to import and I don't know how to import this. So what I'll do here, ID shows a red word, right? So if I'll just simply render over it, you can see here import class render. So I'll click on it. So it gives me an option what I want to do, right? Whether I want to import Kotlin.random library or from Java I want to do it. I'll click on Kotlin.random library. So it imported for me by itself. So you can see how much work of ours is reduced by the ID itself. So that's the main benefit behind using the perfect ID meant for the language. So I've written, what is this random? So I created basically an object for my random class. So random dot, what I'll do, I'll pass a next int, which we already saw in our previous module, that is the third module, that is Kotlin Basics, that we saw that if we want to take user input, there are methods like readInt, right, read string, etc. So for similar to that, for our random class, here I am writing dot nextInt method that is available inside my random class, fine. And here I'll simply provide the range until 1, 101. That is exclusive. 101 is exclusive, starting from 1 until 101. If I'll write here 100, then it will only go till 99. So this range can be varied as you want it to. Fine. Then what I'll do, I'll print for giving it a better UI and better user experience. Let's write some code here. Welcome to number guessing game. So in this app, the main purpose behind creating this app is to utilize all the concepts that we have learned so far in this module. So we'll prompt user to try to guess a random number, or we can write guess a secret number between, obviously we'll provide the user with the range. It's not much difficult for the user as well. Now, once the user is aware about this game, right? Now we'll create a loop here, while true. So we are creating an infinite while loop. While true, that is, while is always true, hypothetically, that we are expecting, right? And I'll write inside the function condition body for the user to enter your guess. Right? Now, I'll declare a variable to store the value that the user guesses, right? And how to do that? How to input a number from the user? You can revise from the basics, right? Okay. So I hope you are ready with the answers. If not, kindly revise your basics again. So there is a readline method that is provided in Kotlin. We will be using it to get the input from the user. Dot what do I expect from the user? What data type do I expect from the user is integer. So this is called conversion, right? Or it can either be null if user doesn't enter anything, right? Then also we can simply pass this. Now why is it showing me error here? Is because I am expecting a null variable or null value here. And whenever I expect a null value, Kotlin expects me to provide null safety so the compiler doesn't simply crash. Okay, this is a very interesting feature which we will be discussing much brief in the upcoming modules. But right now, it's very important to know that Kotlin expects us to provide a null safety expression whenever we expect a null value to be entered by the user. So here I'm not writing toInt, but I'm writing toInt or null. So because of this or null, here this red squeaky line is shown. So if I remove this or null and simply write toInt, you can see still it expects me to provide null safety. So how to do it? Here I'll just put a question mark. So this is how you can provide null safety to my so I have provided null safety to my user guess variable. Okay, so that my compiler doesn't simply crash even if the null value is passed or not passed. So that is a very interesting feature provided by Kotlin. Again, coming back to our application code. Now let's check if input is a valid number or not. Right? That is what we provided in the range. If it fits in the range or not. So if user guess is equal to null, then what to do? Then print line invalid input, please enter a number, right? And then we'll write continue. What is this continue meant for? That this input, right? Which input? User guess equal to null. This input will be skipped, and again this while loop will proceed without any breaks. Okay, this is altogether another concept, but currently you must remember that continue is work like skipping a number, right? Skipping something. Here, if it's a if block, we will be skipping this if block execution if the user guess equal to null, and it will again start with this same while statement. It will start its program flow from here only. Okay, so this input is not considered. So that's the basic use of continue statement. So after that, we will simply check the user input. If or not it matches with the random number that is automatically generated. So for that, what we'll use? When, right? Because we want to travel to multiple cases. So inside this when body, we'll pass this user guess variable. We'll check its value. So if it is less than secret number, then what we will print here? We will print number too low, try again. Fine. Similarly, if it is greater than secret number, then too high, try again. Right? Then else part. In the else part, I want multiple execution. So I'll simply write like other cases only. So I'll want print line. There is not single line, right? So I have declared another body for my else statement. So print line, hooray, you guessed correct. Number. Fine. And now what I want, when I started with this while loop, I told you that it expects nothing, right? We have directly written true in the argument section here, right, for while loop. So here it goes inside an infinite loop when we write this kind of statement. So this infinite loop must be broken. Otherwise, the compiler will keep on executing the same code again and again. So for that, what we'll do here, we'll simply provide a break keyword. What does this break do? It simply jumps out of the loop body. It will come here. Okay. When this break is executed, it will come here. So why have I provided it only inside this else block? Because I want the user to guess the number until and unless he or she has guessed it correct. Okay. If it's the correct, then and only then they will be moved out of the application. Otherwise, this whole infinite loop will keep on running. Even if they provide a null value, then also this is executed and that input will be skipped. But whenever they are providing any number, then this when block is executed, it checks through all the conditions. If and only if the guess is correct, then and only then it will move outside the loop and the execution will stop. Right? So, as I said, when the break statement is executed, it moves outside the whole condition. So, this is my while condition bracket. So, we'll print outside, once it's moved outside our condition, that is while condition, we'll print a statement, gain over. Fine. So currently, I won't provide that this vast range for demo purpose. We'll just keep it very simple. So I'll just undo it to 1 to 10 only. So here, welcome to number guessing game. Try to guess a secret number between 1 to 100. Let me guess 99. Number too high. Try again. 55. 12. It's going to be very tough, right? So let's decrease this range so that we can easily crack this. Let's run it again. Stop and rerun. See why did it ask me this? Because my loop is still in the execution and I want to restart my app. So it will warn me that are you sure that you want to restart? So I'll click on yes. So it started building again. Let's wait. If we want to reveal this game, what we can do here is we can simply print the secret number value, right? So that we can check if we are entering a correct number or not. Here, let me enter 9. It's high. Let's go with 5. It's high. So 3. It's high. 2. Yeah. So it's right. So you see, it automatically came out of the loop, right? Loop body, loop execution. So you can see it directly printed the secret number. If I'll enter 9 here, it's saying me too high. If I'll enter 5 here, too high. 7, too high. Okay, oh yeah, obviously 7 is higher than 5. Now let's enter 4, 3, and yeah. So this is not allowed, that's secret. But this is just to check if it runs perfectly fine for testing purpose. And we did it. And so yeah, we are up with our first application in this course. And that's a random number generation guessing game, right? You need to generate a random number. Based on that, your user is required to guess that number. And it's a full fun game. Try it over and please refresh your concepts if you have doubt in any of these concepts. We haven't used all the concepts here, right? Like we have used conditional operators here. We have used when expression. There's some new concepts like break statement and continue, which I explained to you. Right, for your better clarity, I'll provide the comments everywhere, wherever it's necessary. Right, there's a beautiful game. You must generate it and play with your friends, right? Show them that you have made it. And yeah, see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Keep learning and keep innovating. Bye-bye. Hello everyone. So we completed learning all these concepts and we also saw how we can create a random number application, right? So after all this, right, like this module has been quite overwhelming, I know. But after learning all this, it's very important to refresh your concepts and to know if you have been familiar with those concepts or not, right? For that, I'm here with a quiz for you guys. So it's a quiz time. So there are a few questions based on the concepts that we studied in this module. So the first is, what's the result of this expression? So first, I would recommend you to take a pen and paper and put in your logic and try to answer this by yourself. If you are not able to do it, then please go to Intellij ID, the way we have been studying all the concepts in the previous modules, you can go there, practically implement, and then answer this. But try to do it by yourself as much as you can, right? The next is, in Kotlin, how do you write an if-else statement? So this is a very easy question. If you have paid attention to the module and to the guidance that I have provided during the module, you will be easily able to answer this question. Then what is the result of the expression true and false? So this and is a logical operator, right? That's a hint over here. And I also explained how this logical operator works, right? So you must know what should be the answer. Then the next questions. Here, how is the when expression different from a switch statement in Java? So you can check this. When is more concise and expressive, can handle complex condition, both A and B. What is the option? Try to guess it or, revise the concepts. What does the following loop do? Again, try to infer your logic with this and try to solve it by yourself with the help of pen and paper. If you are not able to do it, go with the help of IDE. It will easily provide you with the output, and then try to solve it, right? Then, how many times will the following loop execute? So this is a while loop statement code, right? And you need to check how many times will it be executed. You can, for this, I would hint you that you need to check this condition, right? Count is less than 5. So this condition is very important in order to determine how many times this loop will execute. As it's an entry control loop, the condition is checked well in advance, well in the beginning. So make sure that you are familiar with that concept also. In a do-while loop, when is the condition checked? So I explained you when does do-while loop check its condition, what is the name of do-while loop, and what while and for loop are called, right? So when it is checked before entering the loop, after executing, or both. So that's a very easy questions that I have put in here for you, so that you can just be thorough with all these basic concepts, which are very important, okay? Just don't neglect it or skip them. So how do you declare a function with 2 parameters in Kotlin? So how do you declare? We have already seen how to declare a function with 2 params, right? If you are not still sure, I would request you to go back, watch the video, see how we declared the param in the add number function that we did earlier, right? Please go through it. What does the following function declaration indicate? So this you need to see that this is a function multiply. There are the params passed here. There is a return type, and what this function declaration indicates. That is a very easy question again. Now, how to declare a function with no return type and no parameters? How can we do it, guys? It's very easy again. Where is the variable inside the scope accessible in the following code? So this also we studied well in brief, and I think this is the only example that we used in the code as well. So if you have not seen it, please go see it, and then you can easily solve this. So the answers will be given in the next lecture or the next video. Till then, try to solve it and be ready with the doubts to clear in the answer video. Okay? See you then. Thank you. Hello again. So today here we will be solving the quiz that we discussed in the earlier video, right? So the first question was, what is the result of the expression phi greater than or equal to phi? So yes, is phi greater than or equal to phi? Obviously yes, right? So there is a conditional operator used here, that is greater than or equal to. So it will return true. Then in Kotlin, how do you write an if-else statement? Obviously write like this. Okay, here you can do trial and error thing also if you're not sure, but this is a very basic thing and you must be sure with it. So this is not a syntax that we have learned so far. If then else is nothing that is there in Kotlin. So obviously this is the correct answer and you must be knowing it, because it's going to be very helpful in all the projects that you will be creating thereafter. Now, what is the result of the expression true and then false? So when we learned about logical operators and especially about the AND operator, I told you that this AND operator returns a true only when both the expressions are true, right? So here we can easily see that this is a false and this is a true. So if either of them is false, then the answer will be false always in AND expression. Next. Now, how is the when expression different from a switch statement in Java? When is more concise and expressive. I already mentioned this point in the lecture, right? Now, when can handle complex condition. As we discussed while going through the syntax of when expression, that switch statement is very, it's going to take a lot of code. Whereas in when expression, you can just focus on the logic and work on it with a very compact and concise syntax, right? So that's a benefit of when expression over switch statement, right? So that the Kotlin provides us with when expression, right? So this both A and B are the correct answers. What does the following loop do? So this is a very easy question, that is for I, right? I inclusive 1, 2, 3. This is a range that we are providing for I. So what will it do when it is I is inside 1 or 2 or 3? Then it will print the value of I. So it prints 1, 2 and 3, right? So in this range, both the digits are inclusive, okay? And obviously this is not the correct answer. It will print in the same order that it executes, okay? Not in the reverse order. Right. Now, how many times will the following loop execute? Where count equals to 0. Now, while checks for the condition that if count is less than 5. This is the example that we already seen in our video while we studied about while loop, right? So this is the same expression that is asked here in the quiz. So while count less than 5 and count increments by 1 every time, okay? So how many times it will execute? 0. Obviously 0 is the first time. Then it will be incremented to 1. It will again execute. Yes, so 2 times, then 3, then 4. And so it's executed 5 times. And when it's equal to 5, it comes out of the loop. So it executed from 0 to 4, that is 5 times. Now in a do while loop, when is the condition checked? After entering the loop, after executing the loop, or both A and B? Obviously, do while loop is an exit control loop. So the condition is checked after execution. That is why do statement block is executed, only then the condition in the while loop is checked. Now, how do you declare a function with 2 params in Kotlin? We already seen the same example in our video. So there is add function here with 2 params, right? Whenever we declare parameters in Kotlin, we are required to provide its return type. So this is how we can declare it, or we must declare it. So B is the correct option. Now, what does the following function declaration indicate? So these are a function that is multiply. It has 2 params and a return type, all in double. So what it expects is that it multiplies 2 numbers and returns a double, simple. how do you declare a function with no return type and no parameters? Fun example, because there is no return type and no parameters, okay? Where is the variable inside scope accessible in the following code? Outside the if block, inside the if block. I think there is some mistake over here. Where is the variable inside scope accessible? It's only inside this if block. So the correct answer is option A. Okay. So here there is a little correction. Make sure. So it's only inside the if block. Okay. So this was the solution for our quiz. And I hope that all your answers were correct. Right. If not, just go through the concepts again, polish them, and we'll meet again with the next module. Till then, see you and bye-bye. Thank you. Hello everyone, hope you all are doing great. So in the previous module, we covered basics about Kotlin language, like its syntax, its operators, its conditional statements and loop, and everything about Kotlin language. So now, in this module, we will be covering the core concept about Kotlin language, that is object-oriented programming with respect to Kotlin, how it is executed, what exactly is object-oriented programming, right? If you are familiar with Java, right, or if you have learned Java, then you might be familiar with the concept of object-oriented programming. Even if you are not, don't worry, we will be starting from very basics and going through each and every topic about object-oriented programming, its syntax, examples, tasks, everything, okay? So let's check out the contents that we will be covering in this module. That is, first we'll be understanding about object-oriented programming, then we will be creating first class in our application, right? Setters and getters, inheritance, overloading constructors, controlling access to fields. Then after, we will be covering Kotlin class extension, right? Nested classes, inner classes, overloading operators, and I'll also be providing you with a challenge over here, right? Then interface classes, abstract classes, generic classes, and enums in Kotlin. So I know these contents and these topics might be sounding overwhelming as of now, but don't worry. As soon as we'll be going through its examples and we will be executing it in our IDE, you will get familiar with the concepts and its features, right? So now, let us understand what is object-oriented programming and what are its features. So, in short, it can be called as OOP, right? That is object-oriented programming. Then, it's faster and easier to execute, right? It provides a clear structure for the programs. It makes it possible to create full reusable application with less code and shorter development time, which means that we can have the reusability of our classes, functions, methods that we have created. We don't need to create same classes, same functions, same methods again and again. So in turn, it reduces development time plus the output time and provides a greater efficiency of our code, which results in a better user experience, right? Then object-oriented programming has access specifiers like private, public, protected, default, etc., right? So why do we use these access specifiers? To get a layer of security, right? So that our code is not directly visible to the user unless we want it visible to user, right? Plus our code has some security, right? Like if it's private, then it is not accessible outside that particular class, right? So that provides a layer of security, and these access specifiers are not found in procedural programming language, right? For example, as Java and Kotlin are object-oriented programming language, similarly, C language is a procedural programming language, right? So in procedural programming language, you won't find access specifiers. So there is no security or integrity provided. Then object-oriented programming provides data hiding, so it's more secure. Data hiding, better known as encapsulation, which also we will be seeing in the further lectures, right? Its implementation and everything. Object-oriented programming is based on real world. So it's based on the real world entity. Procedural programming is about writing procedures or methods that perform operations on data, while object-oriented programming is about creating objects that contain both data as well as methods. So that's a core difference between procedural programming language and object-oriented programming language. Then let us understand the concepts of object-oriented programming. So there are classes and objects. Everything is made up of an object in object-oriented programming language. What are classes? Classes are the real-world entities that we are talking about. So there can be multiple objects for the same class that we will be seeing how to execute and how to write them in our examples further. Right now, you can remember that a class is a set of objects which shares common characteristics of behavior and common properties or attributes. It's a blueprint for object creation, right? Whereas an object is an instance of a class. An object can be created with the help of the class that we have already declared. An object can easily use the properties, methods, variables that are declared in our class. Then there are 4 pillars of object-oriented programming language, that is abstraction, encapsulation, inheritance, and polymorphism. That is, you can see the core concept of object-oriented programming that you won't find in any other programming language, right? So what is abstraction? Data abstraction may also be defined as a process of identifying only the required characteristics of an object and ignoring the irrelevant details. So, how you can understand it? For example, you can take a car for example. In real world, when you use a car, when you are driving a car, you know that with the help of steering, we can drive the car, we can use brakes, we can change gears, right? But do you exactly know how it functions on the inner side, right? Are you aware about its mechanism, what goes on to its functionality? When you change gear, how is the speed changed? Do you know about it? No, because that's a kind of an example about abstraction, that the user doesn't know what exactly goes on to the functionality or the mechanism of the execution. He or she only is aware about the usage, about its, how to use it or how to get that output. But what exactly is the mechanism is unknown. So that's a real-world example for abstraction. Similarly, what is encapsulation? Encapsulation is a way of hiding the implementation details of a class from outside access and only exposing a public interface that can be used to interact with the class, right? So with the help of access specifiers that we discussed earlier, we can implement encapsulation to hide the variables and methods, and we can only expose the required details or the public interface of the methods and variables that we have created, so that the variables and methods in our class are not directly accessible outside the class. So that's a phenomenon for encapsulation. As the name suggests, you can take a real-world example of a capsule to understand about encapsulation. What drug goes inside this capsule that can cure our disease? We are really unknown about it, right? We only know that we are supposed to take this capsule. But what actually goes on to as a part of medicine inside the capsule, it's coated, right? We are unaware about it. So that is what is the phenomenon of encapsulation. Then comes inheritance. Inheritance is a mechanism in Kotlin by which one class is allowed to inherit the features, that is the fields and methods of another class. So, for example, there is a parent class called father, right? There is a parent class called father. Fine. And there is a child class, another class, right? Called son. So, you can take the real world example of a father and son duo, and you know that a son has all the characteristics of his father, right? He can have some additional characteristics, but all the genes are similar to that of his father or mother or any of the parent, right? So this is a real world example of inheritance. So for imagine that I have created two classes, that is a father class and a son class. So when I'm creating son class, I don't need to again write the same code that I have written in my father class, because the codes are same. Son can have additional features, so I can just simply write those additional features. No need to write the same code that is mentioned in the father class. So how to do it? With the help of inheritance, I can directly inherit father class to son class, so that son class can get all the features of father class plus the other additional features that are implemented inside the son class. So the father class can be called as parent class, or you can call it as a base class, right? Or it can also be called as superclass. Similarly, the inherited class, that is the class that inherits a property of another class, can be called as child class or can be called as derived class. Or can also be known as the subclass respective. Fine. So these are different names that you can remember while you are using inheritance. And last but not the least, polymorphism. What is polymorphism? Polymorphism allows you to define one interface and have multiple implementation. So the word poly means many and morphs means forms, right? So when we talk about polymorphism, we can imagine a person, right? We can imagine a man who is a father, who works as a father when he is at home. He is an employee when he goes to a company, right, at his workplace. And he can be a friend with his friends, right, or his colleagues. So he plays multiple roles. He is the same person playing multiple roles. So this is an example, real world example for polymorphism, right? Then here are some other real world examples are shown for all of these four concepts, that is abstraction, encapsulation, inheritance and polymorphism. So inheritance, as we saw an example of a father-son duo, similarly imagine a class vehicle. So as soon as I call out this word vehicle, what comes to your mind? Cannot be same thing, right? Some of you might imagine a bicycle, some of you might imagine a car, some of you might imagine a scooty, a bus, a truck, anything. So everything is right, correct, right? Because everything comes inside the bigger, larger term that is vehicle. So whenever I create this individual classes, that is a boat, car, bus, bicycle, or any of these, right? I can always inherit my base class, that is vehicle, because all the properties of a vehicle, that is speed and transport mode, everything, right? The features that we have included in my vehicle class will always be there in all of its derived classes, right? So this is a real world example for inheritance. Then encapsulation, as we already discussed about a capsule, right? you can imagine there are variables and there are methods that goes on to our encapsulated class. And these variables and methods are encapsulated so that their access or the data that has been mentioned inside these classes are not accessible directly outside the classes. Fine. Abstraction. So we use our cell phones, right, quite often these days. And we use a lot of applications in our cell phone, that is YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, calling app, music app, messaging app, right? We use a lot of things. So when we are using these applications, for example, if we are using YouTube, if you are clicking on a subscribe button for a channel, then are you aware that what exactly is the mechanism behind getting that channel subscribed on the tap of a button? No, you are unaware. You don't know how they actually work, how they actually provide you with the services that you use. You are unaware about it. You just simply know how to use it as a part of a user interface. So that's an real world, and I think we all might relate to this example. That is an example of abstraction. Fine. Then polymorphism. What is polymorphism? As I gave an example earlier, you can imagine a boy who is a student when he is at the school. He's a writer if it's his hobby, right? Like if he writes quotes or poems or something like that, then at that time he plays a role of a writer. And when he's with his friends, he might be a player because he likes playing different sports. So he's the same boy playing multiple roles in his real life. So this could be an example for polymorphism in real life. So all the contents and all of these phenomena and concepts of object-oriented programming will be covered with the help of examples in our upcoming lectures. Till then, you can just revise this concept and get your basics clear about the theory portion of this concepts, so that you at least have an idea of what exactly these concepts are meant for in object-oriented programming. So see you in the next lecture. Till then, have a good day and take care. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, welcome back. So in the previous video, we covered about the concept of object-oriented programming and understood what exactly are the features of object-oriented programming, and went through the theoretical portion of object-oriented programming and its concept. So now it's time to go through the examples and its practical implementation of what we studied previously. So first of all, let us start with the basic of object-oriented programming. That's a class, right? A class and then object. So we already know what's a class and what's an object. So class, for creating a class that's a real world entity, we can basically come outside our main function. In this, I will use class keyword to declare a new class, right? And for example, I'm creating a class called card. You can create any class of your choice and implement any variables or methods that you want in that particular class. Here, my class, so as we know that our class can contain properties and methods, right? There can be a number of properties and methods declared inside each class. So we'll be declaring properties like a variable brand for our class car, and the data type for this variable will be a string, and at the time of its initialization I'm providing an empty string. Similarly, I can have the property called model of same data type, that is string, and empty string I'll be passing. Now there can be methods that we can declare for our class. That is a function, right? We already know how we can declare functions. What is its syntax, right? We have gone through it. For example, I'm declaring a function named start action. Inside the curly braces, my function body goes on, and I'll just simply print a statement that is engine is started. Right? So this is the syntax that we all are aware about. Now, the next thing is, after creating the class, we are supposed to create an object of the class. As we all know that anything that we declare outside our main function will not be accessible inside the console or in the output of our code unless and until we declare it or we provide a calling to that class or to variable or that function from our main function. So, to declare this class car inside my main function, I'll create an object. I'll take the help of an object. So, I'll create an object for my class car, right? Like, well, my car, right? We already know how to declare a variable. So, I'll just write, well, my car and equals to car, as I want to create an object of my class car. So, I'll just write the name of my class with a parenthesis followed by a parenthesis. So, you might have noticed one thing. So, if I remove this calling here, then you can see it's of gray color. So, our IDE is so clever that it knows that this class is not yet accessible. You cannot have anything from the class body executed in the output, as we have not accessed it through our main function. So, to access it, I'll create an object of this class, and now you can see it's of white color. So, now it's accessible. So, our IDE also informs us about these things. It's so clever now, right? So, now to access the properties and methods that we have declared in this class, I'll simply use the object that I have created for this class. That is my car, and I want to use it property like brand, and I want to provide it a value called Toyota. Fine. Similarly, I also want to assign a value to its model. For example, Camry. Right? And these are the properties that I have accessed. Now I also want to access the method that is declared inside my car class, right? So I'll just write dot, and you can see it gives me suggestion about start engine method. So I'll just directly press enter, and I don't need to write anything else for this. And now when we will run this code, you will see that our start engine method is printed successfully in the console output. So it's getting a little more time to build, as it's the first time that we are executing. So yeah, you can see engine is started. To print this brand name and the model name, you can write a print statement here, right? So that we know that everything is executed perfectly fine. So we'll write brand of my car is, and we already know how to declare a variable or to call a variable inside our print statement, right? What is the recommended practice? That is using the $sign and curly braces. So I'll just directly write this my car dot brand value here, and model is. Similarly, we'll also get the model of the car in our print statement, model. And let's again execute our code. So to run the code, you can remember the shortcut key, that is Shift plus F10. Okay, you don't have to manually go here and press this play button every time. So so brand of my car is Toyota and model is Camry. So these successful implementations are done. Now let's jump on to the next topic. That is a phenomenon of encapsulation with the help of setters and getters. Fine. So I will again create a class called student, for example, and inside my class student, I'll create a variable name of data type string, providing it an empty string at the time of declaration. Now, I'll use the setter and getter to not let this variable directly be accessible to the code outside this class. So that you can be prompted with the syntax by your ID, that is set value equals to. You can use this equal to syntax or you can use this curly braces. We can use any of these. So let's for now switch to curly braces syntax. I'll write field equals to student colon the value. Fine. And now I'll provide a getter for this as well. So I'll write get and I'll use this equal to syntax this time. I'll just directly get this field value from my setter and change it to uppercase, so that every letter of the string is changed to the uppercase. Fine. So these setters and getters are used to protect the data and make the code more secure. Now let's create another object for our encapsulated class. Fine, that is well student equals to object of my student class, right? And now student dot name equals to Alice, for example, right? And then I'll simply print. See here, I won't print any statement now. I'll simply print the variable here, student dot. That's it. And let's run the program. So now you will know that even though I haven't written anything in my print statement here, right? I have not provided any sentence. Still, it prints me student Alice. From where does this value is taken? So you can see it here from my setter. It's like student colon the value. So that is how it is printed here. And then by getter, it is changed to the uppercase so that every letter of this statement is converted to uppercase. So this was an example for encapsulation. Now another topic is inheritance. Fine. So I'll create another class for inheritance, that is a base class. We can just write here for the ease of understanding, base class. So whatever my base class will be, I'll be using open keyword followed by the same class syntax that we have used earlier, right? So I'll just write and so why do I use this open keyword? Because I want the compiler to know that this class can be inherited by its subclasses, right? By any number of subclasses. That means that this is my base class. Now, unlike other classes, I'll declare some parameters for my class called animal, that is my base class. So I'll just write well name, okay, of the animal of data type string. And I'll keep the class body as empty as of now. I don't want anything, any property or method to go inside my class, right? Enable class. Now, I'll create its derived class. So you can see here, I won't be using any open keyword or anything like that in front of this class, because it's not the base class, or it's not the class that can be inherited. It's the derived class. It's the subclass. So here, I have to pass the argument that is already there in my base class. Plus, I want to pass some additional arguments that is just related to my subclass or the derived class dog. That is, our dogs have breed. Fine. So when you are declaring a new variable, you need to provide well or where keyword, right? We already know how to declare a variable, and its data type is also a string. And similarly, this function class body is also empty as of now. Now let's create an object for this. Right, like well dog equals to dog. Okay. So one thing that we forgot here is this is my dog class, right? It's a simple declaration, but how will the compiler know that it's derived from my animal class? I need to provide some syntax for that as well, right? So I'll use a colon and I'll use the class animal. So it gives me a red squeaky line below the class name. It's because it expects a parameter from me, right, to be declared. So here I'll simply write name. Fine. So this name is the same name that we'll be giving to our dog class. Here it expects me. See, you can see here, it expects a parameter for breed and name because they are declared at the time of function creation, class creation. Fine. So I'll write name. Fine. You don't have to do this way because it's already given in string data type. So I'll write its name directly, right, like buddy, and now it expects its breed. So its breed, I'll give a Labrador. Fine. That's all about it, and then we will print it. What we will print? I'll just print the variable dog. Fine. Let's run our code. So what happened here is when I printed this variable, our compiler did understood what exactly we want to print. So is this the output we are looking for? No, I want to print the name and the breed, right? So this is the garbage value that has been given to us by the compiler instead of the output that we actually. So what we will do here, we need to specify everything to the compiler. So I'll just write double quotes. I'll write name of my dog is dog dot what do I need to print here, what I'm looking for in my output, that is the name that has been assigned as buddy, and the breed as dog dot breed. Now you will see the change that we get in our output after putting in the exact declaration. Name of dog is buddy and breed is Labrador. So this is how we can provide the declaration, and this is how inheritance works. Fine. Our next thing will be overloading constructors. Fine. So I'll declare a class person for this with some parameter like name of the person in string, and its age an integer data type. It's fine. Right, inside this, class person, I'll be using a secondary constructor. So when you don't provide a constructor for your class, your compiler automatically assigns a default constructor for class. So none of the classes are created without any constructor. You must remember this. When you are manually declaring a constructor, it can be known as secondary constructor. But otherwise also each and every class has its own constructor by default that is known as default constructor, that is assigned by the IDE itself, that is automatically assigned. Now for our secondary constructor creation, I'll simply use the word constructor, right? Inside the parenthesis, I'll provide a name in string data type, right? And I'll provide this keyword used for my constructor here and provide a name, comma, 0 as a default value for my age parameter of the class person. So constructor is my secondary constructor for the class person. Now inside the main function, here what we will do is we'll create a variable person1 equals to an object of person class. Similarly, person2 equals to an object of person class. Here it provides me with a red squeaky line because it wants me that it expects some parameters, that is name and age. So similarly, I'll write Bob, comma, its age is 25 for example. And for my another object that is person2, I'll provide the value for name, but I won't provide any value for its age. I'll just keep it as it is. Now you can see there is no squeaky line shown here. Rather, it expects me to have two variables, two parameters while calling the class. Still, it doesn't show me any warning. Why is it? It is because of constructor that we have here. It already assigns some default value, even though the user doesn't assign the value to my age variable, it automatically assigns it to 0. Now let us print it for our better clarity. Print line person1 name is right. So name is person1 dot name and age is person1 dot age. Similarly, we'll write it for person2 as well. So if you forgot, I printed the same statement of above line by pressing Ctrl T. Okay, so that's the tip you can use. So now you will see here in the output that the person1 name is Bob and age is 25, while for person2 name is Chandler and age is 0. From where does the 0 come? That is from our constructor. So this is how you can implement constructors. Then next thing is the instance variable. Fine. So here for constructor, I'll provide you with a challenge that you can implement by yourself, right? That is, you can have arithmetic operators and you can use all these arithmetic operators for this constructors as a part of constructors. Okay, so we'll get into it further, but as of now let's go through the phenomena of instant variables. So what basically is instance variables? Instance variables are declared in class but outside the constructor methods or block. Inside class, they are declared inside the class but outside constructors, methods or blocks, anything, right? But inside the class, not inside any methods. So I'll create another class like bank. Fine. This is my bank class in which I'll pass a variable that is amount, or we can say balance, right? And this will be of data type double, right? Inside the function body, I'll create a function called deposit, fine, in which I'll pass a parameter amount that is in double, fine, and we'll just write a balance. Whatever balance is there in the account is plus equal to, that is, we already are familiar with this syntax, right? Amount. So the amount that is deposited while using deposit function is directly added to our balance, right? So why are we shown with this? Change to var, right? So this value should be changed to var as it's mutable here. Now I'll create another function that is withdraw. Like deposit, I'll create another function for withdraw as well. And here also I'll pass a parameter for amount. I need to know the amount that is being withdrawn, right? And inside the function body, we will simply write if, will provide a condition, right? If the amount is less than or equal to the balance in the account, then you simply need to print a line that is insufficient funds in the account. Otherwise, we can let the user get the amount withdrawn by printing else statement, that is balance minus equals to amount, right? Here the condition will be not less than equal to, or if we are keeping it less than equal to, then we need to have this statement over here, right? Because if the amount that is entered for withdrawing the money is less than the balance, then it can be withdrawn easily. But if not, then in the else part, we'll print the condition for insufficient funds in the account, right? So this is how it's created. Now, let's go to our main function. For instance variable, I'll create a new object for account. Equals to, and the bank class object, right? So this expects some argument, that is the balance. So let me keep this balance as 10,000 for example. So it expects me in double, so I need to 0.0, right? So it's a double data type. Now I'll write account dot deposit how much money do I need to deposit in my account is 5,000, and the amount that I want to withdraw from the account is, for example, 2,000. And now, if you want, you can print these statements so that we have an understanding. Otherwise, even if you don't, that's fine. The function is executed perfectly, right? So we'll print here balance after deposit is account dot deposit Okay, so you can directly pass here the arguments as well. But okay, as of now, let us just directly run this code and see what it outputs, as these are the functions that we are calling. So it outputs me nothing. For example, if I'm writing 12,000, not 12, but actually 20,000 bucks here that I need to withdraw, then you will see that this statement where it went, insufficient funds in the account will be displayed, because I am trying to withdraw an amount that is more than the amount present in my account. So if you want, you can print the statement. So here the balance is 10,000. After that, the balance becomes 15,000. And when I try to withdraw 2,000, that was the value we assigned initially, right? The balance will be 13,000. So if you want, you can directly print some statements inside your function as well, right? Like print line deposited balance after deposit is right. After the adding it to the amount value, they'll print the balance value. And here also, after withdraw is right. Now if we'll try to run this code, and you will see the output, that is, we can also have the print statement. Balance after deposit is 15,000. Let's check in the comments that we have declared. And after withdraw is 13,000, right? So it's executing perfectly fine. Next topic is class extension in Kotlin. Fine. So what do you understand by this word extension? It means that extending something that is already present. So class extension means adding methods, right, to existing classes, because to use the reusability feature more efficiently, we can use class extension to add the methods to existing types, right, without creating a new ones, so that we can eliminate the repetition of data. So now I'll create a class or what we can do is I'll create a function here of a string. So you might be knowing that string is already a class present in our Kotlin package. You can see this suggestion, right? I'll just write for better clarity purpose, extending string class. Fine. So I'll write string dot add. I'm creating a new method in my string class, add welcome. Right? You know the function syntax. And it will be of data type string. Inside the function body, I'll simply return a print statement, right, like a welcome message, right, like welcome. This is my default constructor. I'm calling out to my default constructor. Now, inside my main function here, I'll create an object named well name. I'll create a variable. I'll print some name, right, like Kotlin, for example. And another variable from calling out to my welcome message function, welcome message. I'll simply write name dot this name dot. What I need to add here is the function that I declared my extension class, that is add welcome. And now I'll simply print this welcome message variable, okay, to my console. Let's run it. So you can see here welcome Kotlin. Fine, this is the variable I declared. Here I assign the value Kotlin to my name variable, and then I called out the add welcome function here. This add welcome is created by extending the original string class. I don't need to write every method that is already present in my string class. I can directly use the dot operator and create my own new methods, or without any type of repetition of the code, right? I can directly create my new method. I can write the function body, whatever I want this method to do. I can provide that inside my function body, and then directly by creating new variables and objects, I can use that code in my application, right? So let's keep it till here for this lecture. The next topics like nested class, inner class, abstract class, and everything we'll be covering in the upcoming lecture. So till then, you can revise these topics and get your hands-on experience for the same. So thank you. We'll meet in the next lecture. Hello everyone. So in the previous lecture, we understood about class declaration, object creation, encapsulation, setters and getters, how we can declare them, inheritance, how to use base and derived class, how to inherit the base class, overloading constructors, instance variables, class extension. And now moving forward, we will go with the concept of nested class, how to declare a nested class, and what are the syntax, right? So if you remember, in the previous module, when we understood about the conditional statements and loops in Kotlin, then you might remember the syntax something like this. That is, I have my if block. Inside my if statement, if I want another condition to be checked, right? So I'll write another if condition inside my first if block, and for the inner if condition, I'll have my else block, right? And for the outer if condition, I also have my else block. So if you're familiar with this structure for loops, you might know that this is how we can create nested if-else loops, right? Similar to this, we can also create nested class. So let's see how we can do that. I have a class called outer, right? For the ease of understanding, I'm naming it outer. That is my outer class. And I have a property inside my outer class as outer property, right? The data type will be integer and its value is 10. Now, inside my outer class, I will declare another class as a nested class, and inside that, I'll declare a method as a access outer property, and not giving anything inside its function body as of now. If you want, you can just provide a print statement to understand that the execution goes perfectly fine. So successful execution. I'm just printing a dummy message here. And inside my main function, now I'll create an object for my nested class and name it as nested. So we are all familiar how to create an object for a class, right? So right now, if I'm declaring an object and giving it the reference for my outer class, it will only access the outer class, right? But I want my variable nested, the object nested, to access this nested class that is declared inside my outer class, right? So how will I do this? I'll use the dot operator here and I'll call out the nested class. So now this object is not of the outer class but of the nested class that is declared within the outer class. And now I'll simply call out to the method that is access outer property of my nested class and we will run it. So now you can see successful execution. This is the message that is printed. Hence, the execution is successful. Now, after this, let us see how to declare inner class. Right? Like nested class, another phenomenon is inner class. So, inside my outer class only, I'll be declaring my inner class. But not as simple as creating nested class. For creating inner class, we will have to use inner keyword. For the IDE to know that this is an inner class, that is inner. Okay, I'm naming it inner for the ease of understanding. Inside the inner class body, I'll again create a method function access outer property, same as what we created in our nested class, right? And inside this, I'll print a statement like accessing outer property variable, right? So here, if you can see here, this is the line that I have copied. Now if I print here, you'll see an error because our nested class cannot access the properties of our outer class. Okay, nested class is only limited to its scope, that is from here to here. It cannot access anything outside it. While our inner class can access all the properties of our outer class within which it is declared, plus it can also declare its new property while execution. So we'll comment out this line as of now, otherwise it will throw error in our output. So now for inner class, we'll create a new object as inner, right, which is object of our inner class. So outer dot inner, fine, and this inner will access the, okay, so there is some error shown here. Why is it? Let's check with the name that is given here, NER. Let's just copy it. Why is it showing us error? Constructor of inner class can only be called with receiver of containing class. So I forgot here one thing, that is, we will first have to create an object for our outer class, right? Let's name it as out, right? And with the help of this object, we'll be able to access our inner class, right? So we are good to go now, and let's print this to the output of our console window and check the output. So accessing 10. You can see here it's accessing the value of our variable of outer class successfully. So this is how inner class and nested class syntax works and how they can be called into our main function. Right? The next topic is overloading operators. So we already got a look over how overloading constructors work and how they are declared, right? Similarly, we'll now study about overloading operators. Fine. And in the overloading operators, first thing that you need to remember is our class won't be a simple class, but we'll create a data class here. For this example, I'll overload plus operator. You remember the plus operator out of all the arithmetic operators, right? If you don't, this is the sign, right? This is called as plus operator. Now, I'll just create a new data class named as point, and I'll have two parameters, that is x of integer data type and y. As I want to perform plus operation, I am assigning two parameters to my data class point. Fine. And inside this, I will use keyword operator so that the IDE understands that I want to overload an operator, and I will assign the function name as plus. Okay. And I'll pass in some parameter named other, which is of type point. Now, inside that, I'll also let it know that it inherits the parameters of the point class, that is its parent class. Now, inside the plus function body, I'll return point, right? It has two variables, that is x and y. So what I'll do here, I'll overload the number of variables using plus operator, that is this dot x plus, see here I'm using plus operator, okay, to overload the number of operators, plus other dot x, comma this dot y plus other dot y. Got it? So this is how operator overloading takes place. So we created the data class point, right? We passed in two parameters, that is x and y, while declaration of our point class. After that, we created a function inside our point class, and we inherited our point class so that the compiler knows that the parameters of point class are there, and we are providing operator keyword in the beginning to let the compiler know that the operator overloading may take place, and then after in the written statement we are overloading the number of operators that are expected by our point data class, that is it expects two variables. Here we are providing it with the 4 variables. Now let's come into our main function, and inside our main function I will create a variable named point 1, which is an object of point class, and will pass some argument as 1, 2 for x and y respectively. Similarly, I'll create another variable point2 object of my point class and pass in values like 3 and 4 for x and y respectively. Now, I'll create one more variable called sum, and I'll add these two values, that is point1 plus point2, and then I'll print this sum statement, sum value to the console, right? Like sum $sum. Fine, and let's see what is the output. That is, it will add this to 3, then this will be added to 7, and this will return 10. So, it gives me sum of point x is 4 and y is 6. So, it adds both the x values and here it adds both the y values, right? So, okay, my bad. So, here, what this sum will do, as it's an object, it will access point1 and point2 objects, right? Which are the objects of point class. So, it will go inside the point class and it will see here that there are constructors, right? For x, it expects two values and adds both the values to the final value of x. And for y, it expects two values of y and adds both the values to the final value of y. So you can see here that is 1 plus 3 equals to 4, right? And similarly, two plus 4 equals to 6, right? So that is the output that we are in the console. And what does it return? It returns point, right? So you have a point here. And inside the parenthesis, using plus operator, we have overloaded two variables or two values, and that both the values are shown here. Fine. So this is how we can use overloading operators. Now, as we discussed while discussing the contents of this module, I told you that I'll be providing you with a challenge when we'll be covering this topics called operator overloading, right? So the challenge for you guys is to overload comparison operators. You remember what are the comparison operators that we studied in the previous module? That is less than, greater than, right? Then equal to, and not equal. These are known as comparison operators for a custom class. Fine. So this is the challenge for you guys, wherein you have to use operator overloading phenomenon for comparison operators, like we use for arithmetic operator plus here, right? We used it for it. Similarly, you have to do it for comparison operators, right? The challenge is very simple, and please complete this challenge before proceeding further in this video. Now, the next topic that we'll be covering is about interface, right? So let's see how to declare an interface. So for declaring an interface, we'll be using interface keyword. For example, like we declare our classes, right? Similar to our class, we can also declare interface to support multiple inheritance. Fine. So, for example, I'm declaring an interface called shape here, right? And inside my interface, I'll declare an method that is area. For example, of my shape, and the return type will be double. Fine. And another property will be function perimeter. Fine, because our shape can have both area as well as perimeter, and similarly the return type will be double. Now this is my interface, and I'll have a class for my interface shape, that is a circle, right? And we'll provide a radius parameter for this class circle in integer data type or double, whatever you are comfortable with. I'm using integer here, or let's use double only. Okay, and then it inherits my interface class. Okay, it inherits my interface class called shape. Not interface class, sorry, interface. Okay, inside my shape body, circle class body, I'll override. So whenever you want to use the methods of your interface in your class, then you must start it with the override keyword for the compiler to know that you are trying to override some functions or some properties of your interface. So whenever you are doing that, you need to write override keyword followed by the function name, override function area. So what does this mean? That I will have some additional things inside my area method apart from what it is declared in the interface, right? So over here, you can use the curly braces, or you can directly curly braces and return statement, or you can directly write equal to, because I just want to assign the value of area for my circle class, math.py. That is, we are accessing the math library and py variable inside my math library that is inbuilt inside our Kotlin, then into radius, right? You might be familiar with the area of a circle, that is 3.14, that is value of pi into r into r. This is how we do it in our maths calculation. So similarly, I need to provide it for my compiler as well. So that is the math.py. You can see here it shows me red squeaky line, and the warning is class circle is not abstract and does not implement abstract member perimeter function defined in shape. So unless and until my class is declared abstract, that we'll be studying further in this lecture, you cannot keep a function declaration of your interface if you are inheriting your interface, right? I have inherited shape interface, so it's mandatory for circle class to declare all the functions and parameters of my parent class, that is shape interface. Fine. Now the next is for our perimeter function. So I'll write override function perimeter, and similarly I'll provide the value for perimeter as well. That is, for if you are using curly braces, then also you can just simply write it to into math.py into radius. Fine. So this is how you can do this. Okay. Now the next thing, so you can declare it like this, or as we did in the above methods, you can directly put an equal to, so that the syntax looks much concise and clear. Fine. So I'll be using this equal to operator as I just want to assign the values. Now for this interface, I'll declare an object that is a circle for my class circle. right? And as it expects a radius parameter, I'll pass in phi as my radius. Fine, and then we can just print a statement wherein the area of circle is circle dot area and perimeter is circle dot perimeter. Fine. So let's execute and check the output. So area of circle is this and perimeter is this. So you can verify it in your calculator if you want to, but we can trust on our compiler, right? Okay. So the next thing after interface will be abstract classes, right? Now, for abstract classes, we have to use an abstract keyword for the ID to know that it's an abstract class that we are declaring. For example, I'm declaring my vehicle class to be abstract here, and I'll pass in a parameter as brand for my vehicle class in data type string. Fine. Inside the class body, I'll declare abstract method. Okay. Every time you declare an abstract class, it follows with abstract methods inside the body, right? This is function called start, providing it empty body. Here we. And now another function called stop. So abstract methods won't have function body. Okay, only when you inherit those into your simple classes, you can give a function body and you can write the code inside it. Well, declaration, there will not be function body, no method body for abstract methods. Only its declaration is mandatory. And this is my abstract keyword that we have to use for the implementation of abstraction phenomenon, that is to not the user know about the mechanism that goes on to its functionality. Now I'll create a class called car, for example, right? And I'll have the brand of my car in string, which inherits my abstract class called vehicle, which expects a brand, that is, it will get its brand from my car class. Inside my class body, I will have override, instead of car, as we already declared it for a class in the very beginning, right? So it will have some error then. So instead of car, I'll use a train. Okay. Then inside it, I will override, like our interface, we have to override the methods of our abstract class, that is start for now, right? First we'll deal with the start method, and I'll just simply print a statement minus start type, and it gives me a warning here with the red squeaky line again and tells me to implement the members. So I need to implement it again, right? I will implement it for stop this time. So make sure you are using override keyword every time you are overriding a method of your abstract class or interface. right? Engine is started, train engine is stopped. This is what we'll be doing inside the methods. And then we'll create an object for our class tree that is the object for my class tree. It expects me an argument as parent. I'll just write Indian Railways, right? You can write any argument. Brand is just for demonstration purpose. And then with the help of my object, I'll access the method that is start. Similarly, you can also write here for stop. And we will run so that you will have this thing in the output. Train engine is started and train engine is stopped. Fine. So this is how abstract classes work. Then last but not the least, for this concept, that is classes, types of classes, we have generic classes, right? As the word generic suggests, you can understand that there is something that is generic and not specific. Okay? Just a part of hint I'll provide you here. That is, it means that something is not specific. Now, what is that something? Let's have a look. That is, I'll have my class, for example, a box right now. And I have some parameter for it. But I'm not, I don't want to give it any kind of data type, for example. Earlier, what we did here, till here, is we had some variable and we had a data type for every variable while declaring it as a parameter of our class. But what if I'm not sure what kind of user input is going to come and what will be the data type for that user input for the parameter I'm passing? What if I'm unaware about it? And I still want to provide my class and its body and some functions and parameters, properties for the execution. What if I want to really do that? What you can do here is, right now I'm keeping it as it is, no class body. Let's directly come into our main function. And over here, I'll create an object for my box class. Box, for example, in box. For the sake of understanding, I'm giving it the name of int box, and I'll print an integer value for my box. Similarly, I'll create a string box, and I'll provide the value in string hello all for my content parameter of box class. See, it gives me no error. Why? Because I have given it a generic type. There is no specific data type that has been assigned for my box class parameter called content. Now I'll print the statement to output those values to the console, that is in box value. We'll write $int box and string box value $string box. It gives me yellow squiggly line, which means there is some warning. Though your compiler will execute the code perfectly fine and there will be no runtime or compile time error, but it's required and suggested to eliminate those warnings that you get by yellow squiggly lines. It tells me to remove curly braces as there is only one variable, and so the compiler can understand it even without the curly braces, that it's a part of statement, whether or it's a part of variable declaration, right? So now let's run the code and check its output. So it will print both the values for respective outputs. Okay, so it's again showing me with a garbage value because we haven't provided any function body inside our box class, right? So whether or not that we provide function body or class body, it is not that much mandatory, but here the garbage value is coming from this declaration or the calling of the function, because we are just calling int box. Now this variable is an object of our box class, so compiler is not able to understand what to exactly output. We have not specified that we want to output the content parameter of our box class of integer object, int box object of box class, right? So I will have to use dot operator here. Right, dot operator, and we will have to access the content here. Similarly, for string box object as well, we will use dot operator and access the content here. And now when we'll execute, you will see that it provides with the required output, that is 42 for int box variable, and string box value is hello all. You can just write here contents of int box are for better clarity, right? And the contents of string box are this, right? So this is how generic class can be declared and can be called inside our main function. If you want, you can provide some methods and everything for a generic class as well as you do it for the ordinary class. It's fine. Now, the next and last topic are enums and Kotlin. What are enums? If you are familiar with this concept called enum, enums are used actually for providing with the series, right? For example, I'll just write here Sunday, Monday. I'm just providing days of the week, that is Tuesday, right, Wednesday, and so on. Every day I'll be writing here Wednesday, Thursday, then Friday, and last is Saturday. Right? And this, after declaring the days, I'll switch on to my main function. Here, I'll be creating an object for my enum class as today, right? And that will be of my class day, enum class day. And I'll simply use the dot operator and access the value that I want to access. For example, I'll access Wednesday. And what I'll do, I'll simply print the value for my today, that is today is colon using the today object that we declared. And now we can check with the output. So today's Wednesday. So what we did for enums here, you can see that we could directly access the constant value that we have declared in our enum class called day. So this is the value that we have accessed. So what are enums? It is a special type of class that are used to define a group of related constants, right? So these are the related constants that we have declared for our day class. Group of related constants. So they are more type safe than using constant literals, and they can also be used to create more readable and maintainable code, right? So for creating enum, what we did here, we used enum keyword followed by class structure that we use normally, and then similar to this enum class structure, we can also this we have created for day, right? We can also do it for color and pass in constant series of arguments as red, blue, black, pink, right? We can do it for months as well. We can do it for any group of constants, right? So this is how all the topics of this module, that is object-oriented programming, has been covered here, right? So we'll just write here object. So we covered through everything, that is class, object, the 4 pillars. Apart from that, we covered through the nested class, overloading operators and constructors, interface, generic classes, and enums in Kotlin object-oriented programming. So in the next lecture, I'll be providing you with the task for this module, and till then you can keep on revising these topics so that you can get a good grip over the topics. So see you in the next lecture. Till then, thank you and bye-bye. Hello everyone. So in the previous lecture, we completed with a practical example of all of these OOPS concepts, and we went through each and every example in brief to explain you the whole concept. I hope everything is clear now. So now we are up with a task, or we can say an activity based on the object-oriented programming module that we studied right now, right? So now the task is to create a virtual zoo. Isn't it interesting, right? So here you need to design a zoo management system, and your task is to create a set of classes that represent different animals in the zoo. So there will be a main class called zoo, that we can call it as a base class, right? And there will be a number of classes, subclasses, that will represent the animals in the zoo. Each class should have properties and methods that make sense for the specific animal it represents. So each subclass must have its additional methods and properties that are related to the class you have created. Additionally, you should have a zoo class, that is the parent class, that manages all these animals and has some generic properties and methods that are available for all the subclass of animals, right? What are the task requirements? You need to create animal classes, that are the subclasses, child classes, the derived classes. Over here, you need to create at least 3 different animal classes, that is for example, lion, elephant, and penguin. Each class should have properties such as name, age, and any other relevant attributes like the skin color of the animals. Like, that's a suggestion. You can add your own, right? After that, you need to implement methods that represent actions like that of that particular animal, right? For example, the sound of that animal, you can create make sound method. What that animal eats. For that you can create eat method, then you can create sleep method as well. Zoo class, that is the base class or the parent class. You need to create that class that can hold instances of all its child classes and different animals. Implement methods for adding animals in the zoo, removing animals, and displaying information about all the animals in the zoo. So you need to create this many methods for zoo class. Fine. That is removing animals, displaying information about all the animals in the zoo. Interaction, demonstrate how different animals in the zoo can interact with each other. You can also attach this phenomena in this task, that is interaction, that how each other animals are related to each other and how they can interact with each other, right? And the best part or the most interesting and awaited part is to brainstorm, that is be creative. Feel free to add additional features or attributes to make your virtual zoo more interesting. Now you can use the concepts of inheritance, encapsulation and other object-oriented programming principles you have learned in the module so far. Wishing you all the very best for this task, and I hope you all will be up with a great solution before proceeding further. Thank you. Hello everyone. So I hope that you all have completed with the task that we discussed previously, and in this video we will be discussing its solution. So let's now get into the ID. And here I have already created a new project called Virtual Zoo app, and in this I will start with creating a zoo class. Before that, I'll be declaring some animal class inside zoo. Let's suppose there are animals and birds inside our zoo, right? So first of all, here I will declare an animal class. That is the base class for the animals that we will be declaring further. Okay. This animal class, we are aware about the base class syntax, that is we have to use this open keyword. Now open class animal, right? Yeah, I'm giving it some parameter like the name of the animal in a string data type and age of the animal in integer data type. Inside the class body, I'll declare methods like make sound for each of my animal, right? So here I'm declaring this method as open so that this method can be overridden in its subclasses. Fine. Here I'll print a statement. This animal makes generic sound, right? Then after, I will declare another method, that is open eat, that is eat method, inside which I'll again print a statement. This animal is eating. Okay? We can write the animal is eating. And lastly, I'll declare third method, that is for sleep. And we will print a statement, that is the animal is sleeping. Okay? Now, after this, I'll declare few animal classes that inherits my base class called animal. Fine. So first will be lion, that is inherited from animal class. Right? Here, I will directly declare this lion class without using any keyword before class. Fine, as it is the derived class and not the base class. Similar to the above class, I'll have a name variable of type string, age variable of type int, and new variable called color, for example, that is you can write main color, and that will also be in string. Right, we can write the color name for main color, and this inherits animal class, which expects some parameters like name, comma, age. Right. Now inside the class body, I'll override the method called makeSound. In this, I'll print a statement that is the lion roars loudly. Right? So here, when I'm overriding a method of my base class, this is an example for polymorphism. You might be remembering the real world example that we saw in the very first video of this module, that is when same person works in different or multiple roles, right? That's an example of polymorphism in real world. Similarly, here I have given a makeSound method, which for my animal class will print this statement, whereas if it is the object is of lion class, then it will print this statement, right? The method is same, that is makeSound method is same, the name is same, but it overrides the base method and it executes a different function body for same method, right? So this is an example for polymorphism. Then after lion, let us have another animal subclass, that is an elephant, for example. Right? Here, similar to lion, I'll declare a class called elephant, inside which there will be a name for sure, that is in string data type. There will be an age in int data type, as well as there will be a new variable called tusk length, that is in double data type. Fine, for elephant class, and it derives base class animal that expects two parameters, that is the name and the age. Now inside my elephant class, I'll again override makeSound method and I'll print statement that is trumpet the elephant trumpets. Right? Then last class, that is penguin class, that inherits my animal base class. Inside the penguin class, right, similar to the above two classes, it will have name and string, age and n, as well as new variable is happy, and I'll use here Boolean data type, right? It is inherited from my animal data class that has a name and age. After that, similar to the above two classes, it will override makeSound method, and the print statement for the message of this method we will use squawk. That is the sound of the penguin, right? The penguin squawks happily, right? After this makeSound method, we can create a function of the penguin class itself, that is a new function that is not present in my animal class or the base class, that is a function called weddle. And I'll print a statement, the penguin as waddling. Fine. So we are up with that. So you can see here that we have a base class called animal. Fine. Then I have a lion class that is inherited from animal class, and that is a new variable for my lion class, that is the main color, that is of data type string. Similarly, elephant class has a new variable called tusk length of data type double, and the penguin class has a new variable of is happy of data type boolean. So here I have used 3 different data types in all the 3 different classes as a part of new parameter declaration. Like animal, now let's declare some bird class for our zoo. So here, birds class for all birds. Here I'll write open class birds. This bird class will also have a name and string, right? Birds also have age, right? And it is inherited from my animal class as well. That already expects 2 parameters, that is name and age. In this bird class, we'll override makeSound method and we'll print a statement for the birds, that is chirp. The bird chirps, right? After this, we'll create some base subclasses or derived classes for bird class. First is parrot class inherited from bird class. Bird class is also inherited from animal class here, as you can see, and parrot class is inherited from bird class. So you can see here we are portraying multi-level inheritance over here. There's a phenomenon of multi-level inheritance wherein A is inherited by B and class B is inherited by class C. You can remember it like this. So here the animal class is our base class, which is inherited by the bird class, which is also a base class for a new class, that is class parrot. In this class, I'll declare name and string. I'll have agent and teacher, and I'll also have a new variable can speak. Right? Parrots have an ability to speak, right? Whether or not that is to be checked. So in Boolean variable. So this is inherited by bird class, which expects two arguments, that is name and age. Again, inside the parrot class, I'll override make sound method, and I'll print a conditional statement here. If can speak, that is if can speak variable returns true, then we are supposed to print a statement that is hello, the parrot speaks. Else, if this variable returns false, that is can speak variable returns false, then we'll simply return super dot make sound. What will this statement do? That is, this will execute the default make sound method that is present in our base class. Or default bird sound method. So for better clarity, you can understand, if I'll write base class method or the default make sound, you might get confused between animal make sound or bird make sound method. So when I am writing super dot make sound, it means it will switch on to its base class that is indicated by the super keyword, and it will execute the base class make sound method. So here it is chop, the bird chops. Fine. Then further, we will directly declare a zoo class here. Fine. At is class zoo, which expects no arguments. I'll declare a property inside my zoo class, that is animals, and we will pass a mutable list of animal class, right? That is all the animals that are provided from our animal class, right? Then we'll have a new method, that is add animal, to add new animals, as we discussed in our task, right? In our task slide, I told you that we need to declare three methods, that is to add animal, remove an animal, and display animal. Fine. So these are the three methods that we are required to be declared in the class zoo according to the task that we have, right? So in this add animal method, I'll simply write animals, that is the variable I have created, dot, we need to add, what we will add, a new animal, that is a part of animal class, and we will print a statement, that is dollar animal dot name has been added to the zoo. Right? Now, to remove an animal, similar to adding a new animal, we'll declare a new method, that is remove animal, And inside my remove animal method, similar to add animal method, I'll provide an argument that is an animal of type animal class. And inside my animal, I'll write animals and call out to the remove method. Fine. And what I need to remove? The animal that is passed. Then a message will be printed here. That is animal dot name has been removed from the zoo, right? And after that, we'll have our display animal method, wherein I'll declare a new method to display animal. That displays all the animals present in the zoo, right? So it will have a message. So animals, fine. And I'll run a for loop inside it. That is for each animal present in animals. So here I'll print a statement inside my for loop, that is $animal dot name comma $animal dot age, right, years old. That is name, and that particular animal is of this years old. That is the statement we are trying to print here. After that, I'll just simply make a call to the make sound method of that particular animal that is accessed here, right? After that, let's come into our main function. So this is all what was required for creating a virtual zoo. Now, only thing that we need to do is to call all these things, required things inside our main function, so that whatever is required can be shown in the output window, right? So I'll create an object for lion class, first of all, right, like lion. I'll give it a name called Leo, as it expects 3 arguments. If you don't remember, you can just put your arrow cursor over here and you can see it shows me name, age and mean color. That are the expected arguments, right? So I'll put a comma. Color is also, age is an integer variable. So I'll write it as 5 years. And for color, that is in a string data type, that is, I'll write golden here. Fine. After lion, we have elephant and penguin classes. So for that, we'll declare new object status. Well, elephant equals to elephant, and it also expects 3 arguments, that is a name that we will be giving as Ellie, 8 years old, and the third argument is the tusk length in double, right? What is its tusk length? That is 2.5, for example. Then comes penguin class object. For that, I'll declare a penguin variable of type penguin class, which also expects 3 arguments. Name, for example, Penny, which is of 3 years old. And what is its third argument? That is happy or not. So I'll written here that is it's happy, fine. And last class is for parrot class object, right? This also expects 3 arguments, that is name, age, and can speak variable value. So name we will be giving as a Polly, for example. Age we will give as 2, and can speak we'll write true. Fine. Now, so you can see all these objects are made for lion, elephant, penguin, and parrot as well. Now, we need to create an object for our zoo class. So I'll write, well, zoo, that is the object for my zoo class here. That expects no arguments, right? But I need to access some methods of my zoo class. Firstly, to add a new animal, I'll add lion here, right? Zoo dot, I'll add another variable called elephant, and penguin, as well as a parrot. Okay. After that, after adding animals to our zoo, virtual zoo, I'll display the animals that are added to our zoo. For that, I'll access the display method of my zoo class, that is zoo dot display animals. Fine. After that, if you remember, we also had the task to demonstrate the interaction. Here you can see to demonstrate how different animals can interact with each other in the zoo. So there is also a task. So here we'll demonstrate animal interaction. For that, I'll print a statement that is in a new line. Right, whenever you want to print a new line, whenever you want your cursor to move on to a new line in your output console window, then you can use \n for that purpose, and I'll simply write here interaction amongst animals, right? And then I will write lion dot make sound, right? I'm calling the make sound method of my lion class. Similarly, for my penguin class object, I'll call weddle method. That is a function that we have declared in our penguin class. And for parrot also, we will be calling make sound method. So via this, you can see how every animal makes sound and how they are different from each other and how they sort of interact with each other, right? And at the end, we'll remove some animals from our zoo, right? Which is quite harsh, but just for implementation purpose. So remove animal, that is we will remove an elephant from our zoo here, and after that we will again display all the animals of our zoo, so that to verify whether or not our removal of animal is successful or not. And let's now see the output. Okay, so here in this we actually went through all the things that we have studied in this module, that is object-oriented programming with Kotlin. And it's not that you must only solve it like this. Even if you have different solution, but it provides with the output that is required in this task, it's well and good, right? You can just go with it. You can have your own creativity as much as you can. Okay, so here first thing that we wanted is a lion class object, that is Leo, of age 5 and color golden, right? Then elephant and everything. So first thing that we have done is adding animals. So Leo has been added to the zoo, Ellie has been added, Penny has been added, and Polly has been added to the zoo. So zoo animals. So inside this display animal methods, you have here a print statement, that is zoo animals, fine. And for each animal of our animals group, right, we are printing its name along with its age and this statement. And also we are printing its make sound method. So Leo, 5 years old. The lion roars loudly. Ellie, 8 years old, trumpet. The elephant trumpets. Penny, 3 years old, squawk. The penguin squawks happily. Polly, 2 years old, hello, the parrot speaks. Then after we started with the interaction amongst each of them, and we have the output here, that is lion makes sound, lion roars loudly while penguin is pedaling, and the parrot speaks. Then after we removed elephant, right? So the animal will be removed from the zoo, plus this statement will be print, that is animal.name. So whom we have removed, that is Ellie the elephant, has been removed from the zoo. And after that, we are again displaying all the animals of the zoo, that is lion, penguin, and parrot. You can see here that the elephant has been removed successfully from the zoo animals after execution of remove animal method, right? So this is how a task output is supposed to be looking like, right? Even if it's different, but you need to focus on the core concepts, that you are clear with the class declaration, right? The base class. You can have any number of base class, like, right? Like here I have shown an example for multi-level inheritance as well. But even if you have only one class, for example, animal class, and you have few animals inside that class, right? Like you have inherited different animals for that class, it's completely okay, right? So in this way, we have the inheritance phenomenon cover. Plus, when we are overriding the method, we are executing polymorphism in our code, right? Then when we have a new class called zoo class, we are having some properties and methods for that class, right? How to remove and how to add animals, how to use for loop here. Similarly, how you can access a list of animals, that is all the animals that are derived from my animal base class. That list is passed to my animals variable here, right? After that, inside my main function, I have used the objects for all the classes that I wanted to execute for my output that were required, right? So this is how the task has been executed on my side. Even if it's different on your side, no worries, you can go with it as well. But you can just take it as a part of verification and see if you're missing on to something. If not, then great job, guys. Congratulations, and you're clear with all the topics. But if you are missing out on something, I would like you to go through the module video again, so that you are more clear with the concepts that we have covered before. Okay, so see you in the next module. Till then, keep revising and get some more practice so that you don't have to bother in future. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, and once again welcome to Android app development with Kotlin course. And today we will be studying about arrays and file handling in Kotlin. So in the previous module we had a look over object-oriented programming with respect to Kotlin. We got a brief about its syntax and various OOPS concepts. We also completed a task of virtual soup. Now moving forward, today we will be studying about arrays and file handling in this module. So what is array? So if you have previously read about it, it's well and good. So arrays is basically known as the container to store variables of same data types. Okay, we'll look in more deep further right in this module. And file handling, to read and write files, we'll be creating a text file, we'll be writing a input in it, will also be looking to its output, and will do all the operations related to file handling. Okay, so let's go through its contents that we will be covering in this module. So what's an array? And creating arrays in Kotlin, then create arrays, and we'll also see how to iterate through array, right? Like have to see the elements that are present in our array. We'll also be looking to array list. What is array list? Hash maps, right? Map of, array of, and mutable list. There are kinds of immutable list available in this module. Then writing to files, that is we'll be creating text file and we will be writing input in those files. Then we will also see an example with respect to user input, and we'll append those characters in our text file as well. Then we will be also going through how to read from the text files, whatever input we have provided, how to take an output of it, right? And at the end, we will also create an reading writing application to brush up the concepts. So here I have attached a GIF image so that you can understand what exactly arrays is, right? Here, for example, just suppose that these are my elements that I want to place in my array, and the blank boxes are memory locations, that is in our computer, right? So my very first element of the array will be placed in the very first box, and likewise all the other elements will follow up, right? And arrays are mutable in nature, so that I can add or remove any number of elements that I want to do. Okay, so if I have attached my array of size equals to 5 initially, right? Then if I feel that I want to add one more element to my array, then I can also add it up. So here you can see the box was faded away initially, and after that it's properly visible now, right? So this shows the mutable property of arrays. So what we come to know is, whenever we are iterating through an array, right? So it will start from index number 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's an important point that whenever we iterate through an array, the index starts from 0, and whenever the elements are placed in an array, they are placed on adjacent locations. Okay, I cannot directly place my element on index number 2, right? They will be placed on adjacent location. So 2 points that are important for array is, it can be accessed using its index, and they are mutable in nature. Okay. Now let's move forward and let us know more in deep about arrays in Kotlin. Also, what is hash map and array list. Okay. So array is basically a collection of similar data types of either integer, string, right, double, etc. So as I previously told you, that arrays are a collection of similar data types. All the variables are of same data type. If my array is of int data type, then I cannot embed any string variable, string value inside my array variable. Okay, so all the elements must be of integer. If my array is of string data type, then all the elements must be of string data type. Array in Kotlin is mutable in nature with fixed size, which means we can perform both read and write operations on elements of array. So at the time of declaration, as I mentioned earlier, if I am declaring the array of size 4, for example, right? And later on, if I feel that I need to add one more element to my array, then arrays are mutable so that I can add or remove any number of elements I want to later on, right? So we can perform both read as well as write operations on elements of array. Then array are used to store multiple values in a single variable instead of creating separate variables for each value. So biggest advantage of array is to store multiple values in a single variable. So until now what we studied is we used to assign a variable, right, using a where or val keyword, and we used to give only one value to that variable. We were not able to create array kind of a structure, or we were not able to assign multiple values to single variable. So what's the main benefit of using array? That it can store multiple values in a single variable so that you can understand that the memory is less consumed, right? And that will also be shown in the output efficiency, right? So then to create an array, use the array of function and place the values in a comma separated list inside it, as it is shown in this example below, right? For example, I have an array of colors. So I'll declare it using val colors equals to. So here I have not gone in deep in this example, but if we want, we can provide the data type for our array as well, right? That how we used to do it previously, right? We can provide a colon, we can use a data type like int, string, etc. for the compiler to know that what kind of elements will be stored in this array. But irrespective of providing data type, the compiler is smart enough to know that what kind of elements are there in our array, okay? So as they are encoded in double quotes, all the elements, so that indicates that they are of string data type, right? So here I have declared an array color of string data type, and that has elements like violet, black, red, pink, yellow. So what if I want to access the third element, that is red, of my array colors? So you don't go with the syntax right now, but try to think about the logic that I need to use if I want to access the third element of my array colors based on the discussion that we have. Okay, I'll be giving you 2 seconds to think. Right, so as I told you earlier, so this violet will be my first element, but it starts from the index number 0, right? Similarly, this black is my second element, but it will be given index number 1. So what will be the index number of my third element? 2, obviously, right? If you have that answer, well and good. If not, why? Why will it be third? Because I already told you that it starts from 0th element. Whenever we want to access an array, make sure that you always remember that arrays have index number. So whenever I want to iterate through my array, I'll have to provide an index number for my compiler to know that which element I want to access. Okay, so here I can easily write colors, and inside my square bracket I can provide the element index that I want to access, that is 2, because this is 0, this is 1, and this is 2, right? So I will access it using index number. Then let's move forward with hash map. So what is a hash map? Hash map is a collection which contains pair of objects. So hash map has a key value pair, right? Like if you have studied about maps in Java, right, then you might be knowing that hash map are similar to map. Okay, so that name itself contains map, And maps in other programming language also resembles to storing key values pair. So each value has a key, right? And keys are unique. Values may or may not be unique, but the keys that we provide are always unique. So here, how we can declare hash map in Kotlin, that is using a where or well keyword. So to let the compiler know that it's a variable, and we will use hash map keyword. We'll provide the data type of that hash map, and here only we can provide the values for that. Otherwise, we can also use the put operation that is available in hash map. While in case of array, we have to use add and remove operation. But for hash map, we can use put operation to embed the values that we want to add in our hash map. Okay. Or you can directly declare the values like we did in case of arrays inside the parenthesis. Okay. Now, what are array list? Array list class is used to create a dynamic array in Kotlin. It may contain duplicates and is non-synchronized in nature, right? So this array list is different from array in terms that in array list we have it's immutable. Okay, array lists are immutable, and it's a dynamic array that can grow as well as shrink in size. All right, and it provides fast access to its element. And it is non-synchronized in nature. That means that it's not necessary that all the elements will be placed in adjacent locations. They may or may not be placed in adjacent location. They may be randomly located. So that's the difference between array list and arrays. Both are mutable in nature. Both can be changed, right? We can add any number of elements or remove elements from array. And as well as in array list, we can, grow or shrink our array, right? But the difference is that it is dynamic in nature, which means that array list can grow and shrink, okay, as we discussed earlier, and it contains duplicate, while in array, duplicates are not allowed, but in array list, we can define any number of duplicates, and it may or may not store in adjacent location, okay. So that was all about arrays in brief. So now, without wasting time, let's move forward to our coding part, right? So here, okay, I hope it's visible now. So first thing is that we will be studying all the coding related to arrays and file handling. Fine. Now, first thing that we will do is creating an array. Fine. So how to create an array? First, I will create an integer array. Then I'll create a string array, so that we have a grip over creating arrays. Right. So here, I'll create an array, right? Like numbers of int data type. So I will write it as int array. Okay, that is the data type I have to give, not only int. The compiler should know that it's an array. So int array of, this is the function that we have to use, right? Array of, and I'll provide the values that I want in my array. Fine. So this is my array numbers. After that, I'll create a string array, that is names, for example, of string data type. So here I wrote it as int array. Similarly, I can write here string array, right? But it's not showing in the suggestion. Why? Because for declaring your array to be string, you have to follow another syntax, right? Like array, okay? Inside this brackets, we will be declaring the data type, right? Triangular brackets, I'll write string. So this is how I'll be declaring my string array, right? And then the array of function as we saw in the presentation, right? And here I'll provide the values of my array. Alice, Bob, fine. So we are good to go now. For these two arrays, what we did here, we had a variable, right? We had a variable declaration, we gave it a name, and using the array of function, we defined the elements of our arrays respectively. Now, we will have to access those arrays. Fine. So first of all, I'll use print function, and inside my print function, I'll print numbers, right? So I'll use .join to string function, and we will run the program. Similarly, we can do it for names as well. To print all the names of my array, I'll be using this .join to string function, right? So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the numbers of my array is printed. Similarly for our names as well. Okay, so here names array will be there. Let's rerun the code. And yeah, so we got our output as expected. So here what we did is we created a print statement inside which we accessed our arrays, that is numbers and names respectively, and we accessed all the elements. We wanted to print all the elements of our arrays, both the arrays. So what we did is we used the join to string function to print whole array, right? Otherwise, what you can do to access only one element, I'll just provide the index value. So what it will do, it will just print me 2. Let's check the output. Yeah, you can see. So if you want to print any singleton value of your array, you can print it using the index number, right? Always remember that use index number. If you want to print 1 and you are providing 1 here, it won't print 1, it will print 2 because it uses the index number. So if you want to print 1, that is element 1, then you will have to write here 0. And if you want to print the whole array, all the elements of the array, then you have to use the join to string function that is inbuilt in Kotlin. So this is how you can do it. I'll just provide a comment here so that you can always get through it and revise the concept that how you can access any singleton element as well. Fine. Now the next thing that we will be doing here is, after creation of array and its calling from main function, will iterate through our arrays, right? So that will just do inside our main function itself. I will create an array in my main function, that is, well, prices. For example, I'll give it a double array of type double, okay? And values will be double array of, the values are 10.63. Any random values I'll be writing here. Fine. So these are the three values of my array price. After that, I want to iterate through this array. For that, I'll use a for loop, for each loop that we have studied earlier. That is for price in our prices array. What I want to do, I want to access all the elements, right? So I'll write print line statement, inside which I'll have my price print dollar price. Okay, that is the variable we have defined to access all the elements of our prices array. So what will it do? It will print all the three prices, as you can see here, 10.63. So first price is 10.63. So this price will travel through all the elements of my prices array. It will iterate them and print them in the output, right? Next, we'll again look to arrays. Part 2 you can see, right? For example, I want to create an array of characters, right? You know what is characters, right? We saw how to define an array of string and integer earlier. Now, if you know what are characters, I told you that in a single quote, you have to write only single element. That is an example of character. So what if I want to declare an array of characters data type, right? So for that, like above, we will declare a variable and I'll provide it char array data type, and for its value I'll use char array of, and I'll declare the vowels here A, E. You can use any capital or a small letter, whatever you want to print for your array, right? So here we have declared all the vowels as the values and elements of our vowels array. And now to access those elements of my vowels array, what I'll do, I'll use a print statement again, and I'll print first vowel, and I'll write vowels. So using the index 0, fine. After that, I'll print the last vowel. So this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. So last will be 4, right? So here, let's print the output. So first is A and last is U. So in this case, when I declare the array and the elements are very limited, they can be counted, right? But what if I'm storing kilos and lakhs of elements in my array? or if I'm not aware of the array that was declared, I'm just using that array in my code. So I won't go back and count all the elements and see which is the last index number that follows to the last element of my array. It will be very monotonous and hectic task, correct? So what we can do to avoid it? Here it was 4, so I could easily write 4. But what if it's something like this? So will I go and count that number of elements? You never know what your application demands, right? So you need to find an alternative to this. And what's the alternative? That you can directly provide your array name, vowels, and Kotlin provides an inbuilt function to get that size, the size of our array. So I'll use dot size, and what I want to do, the total sizes of my array is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? It's 5. And what I told you is that arrays are always iterated through its index number, and index always starts from 0. So you can see the logic here. The total size is 5, right? But the last index that falls for the last element u is 4, right? So what would be the logic to get 4? Here if I'll write vowels.size, then it will print 5th element, which is not available, right? There are chances to print garbage value, or it will give us the error. So to avoid those cases, what we can do here is, what could be the logic to get 4 when the compiler has 5 in its value? Very simple, you can just use 5 minus 1, which is equal to 4. Correct? So it's this simple. So what we will do here, we'll just write minus 1, so that compiler knows that they are trying to iterate the index number that is less than the total size of the array. Because we are using the square bracket, it indicates the index number of our array vowels. And instead of a number in place of our index number, we are passing the vowel size, and we are decrementing it by 1 so that our last element is printed. So the output will remain same. But this is the way you can use. It's a recommended way to use, because when you are not sure that what is the size of the array, what if you have not declared and some other developer has declared it? So at that time, you need to be very sure that your output doesn't throw an error or provide some hectic task for you. So to avoid that, you have to use this kind of functions that are inbuilt and that are provided to us by IDE itself. Okay, so let's keep it till here in this module. Hello everyone, welcome back. Hope you all are doing extremely great. So in the previous video, we studied till creating an array of characters. Now let's move forward and study about array list. Okay. So what is an array list? That I already mentioned in the previous video. That is, it's a dynamic array that can shrink and grow in size, right? And it also provides fast random access to its element. Now here I will be creating an array list of string, for example, namely colors. Okay, and the data type, as we studied previously, I have to write array list, provide the data type in triangular brackets like string, and for its values I'll write equals to, instead of array of that we have been using so far, we'll use array list of function, right? Inside this parentheses, I will be giving the values, right, like red, green, and blue, for example. So, and one more yellow. Okay. So this is the array colors that I have declared for my array list. And now what if I want to add a new element to my array list? As we studied that it's dynamic in nature. It can shrink and grow its size, right? So if I want to add, I can write colors dot add. And what element do I wish to add? For example, it's pink. So I'll write pink here. And similar to arrays, if I want to iterate through my array list, right? Here I'll use my for each loop for each color in my colors array. What I want to print the particular value of that element, that is exists color and dollar color, right? And now let's run the code and check with its output that whether or not all the elements are printed here. See, you can see red, green, blue, yellow that was initially present in our array list, and lastly it has also print pink, right, that we have added later on. So it has been successfully added. What if I want to remove here? Instead of adding, I want to remove an element, yellow for example. So you see here, if I use the remove function in my array, I won't have the chance to provide the value or the element that I want to remove, right? Whereas in case of array list, I can provide the element value that I want to remove from my array. In array, what happens that if here, for example, if I want to remove any element from my numbers array, then I just simply have to use the remove function and it will automatically remove the last value. I won't have the access to the middle values. I won't be able to remove these values. You see, so this has been the disadvantage of array, to overcome which we can use array list if we are not sure that we want the dynamic array. We are not sure that whether we will be adding new elements or removing elements in future, right? So at that time, what we can do is we can use array list instead of array. So you can see here, I had provided blue, which is not the last element of my array colors, but it was still removed from my list or from my array list, right? As you can see, it only printed red, green and yellow. Obviously, pink we removed before, in place of which we removed blue, right? So here red, green and yellow are the only three elements remaining in our array list. While if I would have declared this as my array, then I would have to not provide any value here. Only the yellow, that is the last element, would have been removed direct. So this is a privilege that we get for array list. Now moving forward, let's see what is hash map and how we can create hash map, right? So hash map. So hash map is basically a collection of key value pairs that you must remember. It has a key and a value for its element, for all of its element, okay? And here each key that we have declared is associated with a specific value, right? Each key has its own value, right? So it allows the efficient retrieval of values based on the keys. Now here let us create a hash map. Now I'll create a variable like ages, and inside that I will provide its data type as hash map so that the compiler knows it's a hash map that we are declaring right now. And the key will be of string data type, and value will be of integer data type equals to hash map of, that is the function we need to use here. Inside the parenthesis, I'll be providing each key value pair. For example, I'll write actor, this is my key, and I'll assign it to its value, that is 25. Similarly, I'll write awards to, right? I can provide anything. See here, I am giving very random values, and since I'm talking about actors, so since 2, 30, whatever, right? So these are the 3 elements I'll be declaring right now. And after that, to access the values, what will I do? I'll simply print actor age, and will be giving it the value as I have my age, his hash map, right? Inside that, I'll just use my key here, that is actor. And let's run this code. So it will print us 25. So actor's age 25, right? So this is how you can access hash map values and you can declare a hash map. Now moving forward, let us see how to declare a map, a array of, and a mutable list. Fine. For that, let's come out of our main function right now and see here map of, array of, and mutable list. This is the first map of function. So it's a function in Kotlin which is used to create immutable, that is, we cannot change the size once declared, immutable maps will have to create. Correct? And it also takes a key value pair, which in turn returns only a read-only map. We cannot perform write operations for our map of function, okay, once used. Similarly, array of is an immutable list. Again, it's a function in Kotlin which provides immutable array, right? So basically, array of is a function which is used to create arrays which takes elements of arrays and returns array itself, right? So that is array function. And when we talk about obviously this is also an immutable array. And lastly, what are mutable lists? If we want to know, it's a dynamic list, we can say. Here, the elements can be added, removed, modified etc. Okay, and it provides flexibility compared to our immutable list. Okay, so it's dynamic and flexible plus mutable, as the name suggests itself. Now coming back to our main function, let's work on these three phenomena. First, let us see how we can declare our map of. So here I'll use a variable immutable map, for example, and to declare the map of, I'll use the map of function here, right? And inside which I'll provide a key value pair. Key 1 is assigned to value 10, for example. Key 2 will be assigned to value 20, for example. So here, even though I'm not declaring any data type in triangular brackets while creating my map of, it still understands that the keys are of string data type and values are of integer data type, right? Similarly, array of function, I'll again declare a variable called immutable array, right? And will assign it values using array of function, right? And like before, we will simply do assign the values. Fine. Now, last but not the least, that is the mutable list. For that, I'll declare a variable called mutable list, right? And assigning it values using mutable list function. Or mutable list of function, right? And here I'll assign it values, right, like apple, banana, guava, etc. Okay, so this is my declarations for all the array of map of and mutable list of functions. Now, what if I want to modify this list? So I'll simply write mutable list dot, that is the variable I have for my mutable list of function, and I'll add simply the element that I want to, for example, oranges. Now, to print this, all the three, that is array of, map of, and all of those print output, what we'll do is, as we have done earlier, I'll use a print line statement inside which I'll write immutable map, right? And print the immutable map variable itself. Similarly, for array, immutable array, I'll print its variable using curly braces here, immutable array dot join to string that we have studied earlier to print the whole array, right? And last, to print mutable list, what we will do here, we will simply write mutable list variable here. Fine. So we are good to go. Now we will simply print this. Can see all the elements, that is map prints in a map, that is key 1 equals to 10 and key 2 20. Array prints the whole array, and mutable list prints the list of elements that we have declared. Okay. Next thing is writing to files. Okay. For this, if we want, we can create a new project or we can continue in this as well. So I'll create a new project right now. That is, I'll close this current project. I'll open a new project and I'll write file handling. Okay. And I'll create it. Okay, so we got little lost with the names. Okay, giving it a simpler name. Here, let us understand the file handling. That is how we can perform file handling operation, that is reading and writing inside our files. Right? So inside my main function, before writing anything, what I'll do here is I'll be importing my Java package, that is java dot input output, as I want to perform read and write operations. So I'll use the input output package, that is the IO package of my Java dot file. I want to use the file of Java package. So I want to use this file package inside my main Java package. So we will have to import this directory before proceeding further for our file handling operations. Now, inside my main function, I'll simply write a text, for example, which is equal to hello Kotlin, right? And to print this, right, what I'll do here is I will perform write operation in my text file. For that, I'll use the file function that is available in this directory that you can see in the suggestion. If I wouldn't have imported this directory, then this will definitely show me an error. So when I write file, it suggests that it's available in this java.io package. So if I'll just write it like this, so it will show me an error. So how to resolve it if you have forgotten to import this? You can simply press Alt Enter key from your keyboard. So the compiler will directly import the necessary file for your project. Fine. So yeah. Then here I will have to provide a name to my file. For example, output.txt. That you can see for the path name, I have to provide a name to my file. And as I'm using a text file, so annotation will be .txt, right? And I'll use write text function to write my text variable value inside my file. So here, you have to see where this file is located. So when I hover over it, you can see it's in my desktop. You can just see the path that we have here. Department, task folder, department Android. Inside that I have my files file. So let's open that particular path that we have been given. So inside my desktop, I have my task folder. Inside department Android, I have my this files folder. Right, so here you can see one output file has been generated for me. That is what I created from my ID, right? Inside which I'll be having my hello Kotlin out as output, right? So even if you want, you can modify it and see if it really works. I'll again save this code, right? And then we'll get back to our file again. And let's see if we still get the required output. Yeah, so it printed hello world. So this is how you can create a file and you can perform write operations for that as well. So this was about writing. Now what if we want to append characters? User input characters to our file. What if we want to do this? For that, again, this java.io.file package is required. And after that, to get the user input, first I'll print to my console, enter your name. Fine. Or we can provide a simpler text, enter text. Fine. So the user will be prompted with this line, and after which I'll be storing the user input value in a variable called user input. To get a user input value, we have studied in the previous module in the very beginning of this course, that is, we have to use readline function, right, to get the user input. And one thing that I'll be using here is an else operator. What if the user doesn't input any value? That is, I have to use this question mark and the colon symbol. This is known as an else operator, right? That represents if-else condition, but the syntax is very simpler. We don't have to write if the user provides input, then this, else what to print. So these things we don't have to write. We simply have to write a question mark and a colon. So this is known as the else operator. So what if my user input is null in this case? What if the user simply, here you have to write the condition that you expect for if statement. So if user inputs something, then we have to read it. Otherwise, what we will do? We'll print an empty string. Okay, we will print nothing to our file. Okay, and so here this else operator is returning an empty string if the user input is null. Here we haven't provided anything, which means null. So if it is null, then empty string will be given to our file. If user has inputted something, then that same thing will be inputted to our file. Now appending these characters to our file, that is, we will be using that same output file. Again, I'll use your file. You can also use any other file. For example, user input. I'll create one more file which is not present. Okay. So user input.txt, for example. So you can see here currently there is only one output.txt file in my folder. So I'll append here. What will I append here? The text, that is user input, that is the value stored in my variable user input. And when I'll run this code, you will see that my console asks me for an input. So I'll print hello from Self-Code Academy, right? And I will save its code. Now here you can see inside my files, and I have to press enter here, right? So now that the process is finished, here I have my user input file, a new file that was already not present in my folder. When I'll click on it, you can see here the string that I entered in the console is stored in my file. So this is how you can store your user input in your file. You can create a file, you can perform write operations. And now lastly, let's see how to perform read operation, reading a file, right? So here I'll just declare a content variable which has my file, that is output.txt, and what it will do here is it will read the text of that file. Read text. Fine. And in turn, it will print the file content to my console. Right? So let's run it. So you'll see that what is there in my output file will be printed in my console. That is hello, world, exclamatory. So first I will have to enter some text here. That is hello. Right? So I'll just press enter. So you can see here inside my user input, I already have greetings from February printed. Apart from what I printed before, it has only appended a new string to it. Okay. So the previous string has not been removed. Previous data is as it is. And plus it added the new data that I entered. And for my output text file here, it has hello world in my output text file. So same file content has been printed to my console. So this is only how you can perform file handling operations, right? So this is all about it. And the last thing that is remaining is creating and writing an reader writer app, right? For based on this file handling operations that we will be carrying out in the next video. Till then, just go through these concepts and revise them and try to create a application which can write the content in your file, right? As we studied here, and also it can read the content that has been entered in your file. So that is the very simple app that you can create, right? So please go give it a try. And if you are sure about the solution or if you are stuck somewhere, refer to the solution video that we will be covering in the next lecture. So till then, revise the concepts and take care and bye-bye. Thank you. Hello. So hope you are doing great. So in this lecture, we will be studying here how to create an application that we discussed in the previous video, that we have to create a reader writer application based on the file handling operation that we studied earlier. Here, it is a very simple app, and we just have to revise the concepts that we have studied in this module so far. So first of all, to read my text file, reading a text file, what you have to do here is first of all, we will get a user input before reading the text file, so that we know what to store inside our text file. For that, I'll write print enter your data here, right? After which I will store this inside my user input variables and use the readline function plus the else operator that we studied earlier and print an empty string in case of no user input. Fine. After this, we'll see how to append the user characters. to text file that we have created. Here, I'll use the file operation and create a new file, application.txt, for example, as we are creating an application dot append text, right? And I'll append the user input variable data. And lastly, we'll read from our text file whatever is present in our text file, and for that I'll be using a content variable which has a file operation with the name of our file, that is application.txt, right? And after that I'll use the dot read text function, and lastly we'll have to print that to our console. Print line file content here $content, that is the value of our text file will be printed. So here let's get back again to the folder, here task folder, and inside department Android folder I have my this file called reader writer app here. So here at present there is no text file available. So now when I run this code, so it's asking me to enter data, right? So I'll enter data, hello. So as you can see, I provided an new line function here. So it directly, as soon as I started entering my data, it jumped to a new line. So hello, today we studied about arrays and file handling in this module. For the course Android app development with Kotlin. See you soon. Right, so this is the data I want in my text file currently, and as soon as I press on enter, you can see that the file content is already printed here. The same file content that I entered, hello and everything, is printed as it is. And let's see, verify this. Here we have this application.txt file created, that is a text file, and here also the same input that we provided in our console has been printed successfully. So this was the application that if there is the need to generate a text file for the data of your application, right, how you can do it. So this is a brief about it, and trust me, this will be very helpful when you'll start creating applications in Android. So make sure if you have still any doubt, you can go through it. It's very simple once you understand. So initially, for taking the user input, we have printed a statement, right, for user to know that we are expecting some kind of data from user, and then we'll store that particular data that user has entered to our variable. Here it's user input. After that, we will be appending those user characters to a text file. Why appending is used? Why append text is used? To append those data to the existing data in the file. So once I read on this code, and if I'm entering something new here, right? And if I again press enter, then you will see that the previous data is as it is. That hello, today we studied about arrays and file handling in this module for the course Android app development with Kotlin. See you soon. And plus the new data that I have entered in this input has also been printed successfully. Similarly, you can check your notepad output as well. Here, application by Self Code Academy has been appended successfully. So this is how you can perform read-write operation. So once your text is written in your text file, that is user input text or the text you want to print has been given to your text file. After that, if you want to read the data of that text file, you can again create a new variable, use the file path here, right, and read the text using read text function. And after that, you can simply print that output to your console. So that was all about creating and read-write application for this module, that is array and file handling. See you in the next module. Till then, keep revising and keep learning. Thank you.